ahead and dive right into it. If y'all don't mind, I don't mind. We just want a brief introduction, your name and just a little bit, just to start off.
Well, y'all know I'm Mrs. Jones, Mrs. J. Hello, everybody see me in the flesh. Hello, I'm her. I'm the one.
Okay. Okay. All right. Well, let's start here. Let's start here. So we all know that you are in in Ohio. So let me ask you this: how did you end up in Ohio?
So I end up back in Ohio because I moved back here. I was in North Carolina before I come here. So I had children here, and it was best for me to come here so that we could have a meeting spot. So it was like in the middle. Yeah, I've been here ever
Okay.
since. Unfortunately,
Okay. Did you say fortunately?
I said, unfortunately, I've been here. I originally come here for my children to see their family and be around their family, but I'm still here.
Okay. So wait a sec. Well I ain't gonna let that slide. Okay. So just it that you don't like Ohio? You could
Um,
get it.
I don't like Ohio, because I don't have any family that close. Like my immediate family's not close to Ohio. I mean, it's fine, but it's not a place that I would want to be. I want to go back to the South. I'd rather go back to the South where people are kind and sweet and loving and family oriented. Because that's where I'm from.
Okay. Okay. Got you. Okay.
hmm
So is that something on the table? Possibly.
It just depends on what Mr. J says. So it's just in the South. It's fun. It's no judgment. People are down to earth. I mean, I don't know if he would want to move to the South. Um, Personally, if I had it my way, I'd live on my own island, really. But the South is somewhere where I would love to be. So we don't
Well,
know.
look, it might be on the table now. So that's a
Yeah.
blessing. So it might be on there now. Okay, so I take it that do you have brothers? Do you have sisters?
I have brothers and sisters. It's a total of four of us. Yeah, it's four of us. I'm the baby from my
You
mother. Yeah, I'm the
okay?
baby. I
Okay,
guess that's
okay,
what. Hey, Lady B. Yeah, so I'm the baby from my mother, but my father had other children. So yeah, but from my mother, it's just I'm the baby.
okay. And from your mother, from your mom, it's just you four.
It's us three.
Okay, three. So okay. So is the other child a boy or a girl?
It's she young. She's a girl. My little sister.
Okay. So is your mom and dad still together?
They're not. They separated when I was a baby. They were married, but they separated when I was a baby. So,
Okay, all right. So are either one of them remarried now?
both of them are remarried.
Okay.
Both of them
Okay.
have went separate. My
Separated.
father is a Haitian man, and my mother's from North Carolina. I don't know how that works, but hey, they was able to be married and have us, and they split.
Okay.
Thank
All right.
you.
Well, tell us a little bit more about you. Tell us a little bit more about you as far as your relationship, I guess with your siblings and with your mom. How's
Um,
your relationship with your mom and how does that affect the woman that you are today?
well, honestly, I I'm not like me and my mom isn't at war, but do I conversate with her every day? No. My mom is very like choose me or choose nobody. So because I've gotten married to Kevin, my mom doesn't like that very much because she's a choose me. I'm your mom type. Remember who I am. And if you don't have allegiance to me, then it's nothing. But I don't have like, I'm not at war with her. Like, we're not going back and forth. It's just a respectable, I check on her from time to time. She checks on me, but that's about most it get with me. My father, Haitian men are very set in their ways. I do. I haven't spoken to my father in a while, but he's a Haitian man, so he has his certain beliefs. He believed that I should marry a Haitian man, and because I'm not with a Haitian man, that's just there. He's a old. My father's older, so he's way older. So he has his stuck in beliefs. Yes. So if it's not the way it's supposed to be, he wants nothing to do with it.
Okay.
Unfortunately.
Now also Haitian, are they Muslim?
Haitians are not Muslims.
Okay.
My father, I do only know about my father. My father is not a Muslim. He calls himself actually a Christian. Um, my mother is actually a pastor. So that's why when it comes to talking about God, we don't necessarily meet eye to eye because I'm not a Christian. I'm a Jew. My father, he's Christian. So, when it comes to that, again, I'm a Jew. So I just follow what the Word of God says that we are to be. And it doesn't say nowhere in the Word of God that we are Christian, Baptist, Apostolic, full gospel, um, Seventh day Adventist, or anything. It says that He is the King of the Jews. And that's what I am. And I follow after God. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Well, that's a blessing. We're going to talk about that a little later on, as far as the marriage to the Jews and the Israelite wives, because they are submissive. Is that correct?
I don't know about they. Just because you have the title of Jew or you are Israelite wife, it doesn't necessarily mean that you are submissive. I can't speak for all. I've never been married, and before Kevin comes to play, me personally, I would like to please the Lord. I would like to please our God, which is Yeshua HaMashiach. I would like to please him. So his ways, his standard of how a woman should be is what I follow first before anything.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So I don't know what other women do, but I know what I do. And I know that I'm not saying that I'm perfect. I'm not saying that I'm better than anybody else, but all I'm saying is at the end of the day, I just want to please God. So
Mm-hmm.
if God tells me to be submissive to my husband, if he tells me to be obedient in all things, I'm not saying I'm perfect with it, but I'm a lot better than what I was before, especially not having no example of marriage or anything like that.
Okay, so I guess maybe I should have reworded that better. As far when I say submissive, what I mean is as far as that belief, so not so much as other people, but the belief of the Israelite um
Yes,
women.
yes, we are to do what God says. If you want to please God, you follow his command. So
Hmm.
yes, if submission is what it is, then yes, you can say all the way, I submit to him. I am obedient to him in all things, whether I like it or not, because it's not about Kevin. It's about pleasing the most high Yah.
Right. Okay. Amen. Well, I know about the Israelite wives, and pretty much how it goes. But this is for other people that might not know, because of some of the accusations that were made. And we don't need to clear anything up, but what better, source than to get it from you. You know what I'm saying? As far as how you, because there was a meme or something going around, free Sabrina or something, and I was like, "What? Free Sabrina from
So,
what?" So go ahead.
do I look like I want to be free? No. I mean, people gotta find something to say, so that's
Right,
their
trolls.
troll hashtag, like you said, that let it be what it may, right? But I
Exactly.
don't need to be freed. I'm not afraid. I'm not scared. I'm not held against my will. Nobody's saying that you know they need to come rescue me. I am actually happy. I'm fine. I'm peaceful. I'm in good spirit. I want
Amen.
to be a positive person. I'm taken care of, regardless of the title of what you say we are supposed to have or not. I know what I
Amen.
have. And I
Right.
know my husband does for me.
Right. Right. Now, so you're a stay-at-home wife, correct?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
I'm a stay-at-home wife, but I have many talents. I do
Yes.
lashes, I do brows, I do nails.
Sure
The
do.
Bible does say that the woman is supposed to be productive. Proverbs 31 is really about a woman being
Yes.
productive. So that's
Yes.
something I take very serious. Kevin had talked about it, I think, a couple lives ago, where he was saying that he didn't know that I could do nails. When he had suggested, it was the early stages of my pregnancy, and I was having complications because, like all black folks, I had high blood pressure. And
Hmm.
he was like, "Babe, I suggest that you stay home." It was hard for me because prior to getting married to him, I ran my business. I ran two stores. This is what I did. I wasn't
Okay.
homeless or anything. I'm one of them uppity ones. I made over 60,000 a year,
Okay.
and you know when he said that, for me being used to always taking care of myself, being on my own, depending on me, especially with the way I like things, I am kind of what do you call say I'm high end. I guess you can say that. Well,
Mhm.
um, I still haven't missed a beat. I haven't missed a beat. That man has taken care of me. There's nothing I can ask for, even when I be about to ask. He's always there. So, you
That's
take it for
good.
how you want it, but I ain't missing
Right.
nothing. I am
Well,
the
that's good.
happiest
That's
I've ever
good.
been. Mhm.
And if some women wish they, had the opportunity to just stay at home, and still live, hey, live good, eat the fat of the land, the lamb, so that's a
I'm not gonna
blessing.
say. I'm not gonna sit here and say that we rich, and I'm not boasting and saying that we all that and stuff like that. What I'm saying is, um, the man is the provider, and he has provided me and all of my children, all of his children, everything we've ever wanted.
Hmm.
Even when we think that we probably don't have it, he may go without, but I don't know what that's like. Ever since I've let my job go, I haven't missed a beat. So that's all I know. So whatever it is he does, I don't be questioning him. I don't ask him what you doing. I don't ask him how I get money. I don't
Hmm.
believe in doing that. I trust him. And if he say this and he do that and they do this and do that, I just roll with it.
Right. Okay. All right. Well, you know what? I know it's been a pleasure for me to meet you, and just
I
conversate with
know.
you. And yeah, and yes, in the morning and breaking bread, with positivity. So it's really, really been a blessing, in the morning time. So let me ask you this. Is there anything that you would just like to clear up before I go to the next set of questions?
I'm not here to clear up anything.
Okay.
Whatever it is that you think about me, think it. Whatever you come to a conclusion
Amen.
about me, come to it. I'm not here clearing up anything. Whatever you believe is what you believe. Only I know the truth. If you want to hear it from me, you can. But like the man said yesterday, y'all
Amen.
gonna
That's
believe
right.
me. What's right is wrong and what's wrong is right. So y'all can take what I'm saying, flip it, toss it, and do whatever and say whatever. But guess what? I ain't here to clear up nothing.
Hmm. Amen. All right. That's what's up. That's right. Because people going, comes to their own conclusions anyway.
Mhm. Don't say what
Unless
they
it's
want.
me say they rather believe a lie than the truth. Anyway. So
Mm-hmm.
that is definitely the way it is. Now you guys have one child together, and then you have two at the house.
Yeah, so we have one child who is our baby, and then my one of my daughters is here. Actually, both of my daughters be here, but the other one she's much older, so she come and goes. She come and goes, if because she's still a minor, so she come home to mama, then she go to her dad. Whenever she want to come home to mama, and then we got the 11. We got the baby. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Amen. Now, before we open it up, also too, now there is what you call a ceremony with where you there's a certificate. There's also where you have your state license, which is through the Secretary of State, where you go down to the courthouse, guys, or you get married by a pastor, which is through the state. Okay. Where you get your contract through them. Okay. Then you also have your Israelite ceremony. You have that where you're still married, and a lot of people don't know that, but you are still married. So you want to go into that, explain that. Well, I don't want to keep using the word explain, but as far as some people may not understand that formula because they want to say you're a girlfriend, but you're not a girlfriend because you're married in the eyes of God first.
Yeah, so once again, I'm not here to clear up anything. Y'all gonna think what y'all wanna think. Why does people go out their way to look up, type my name and see what I'm doing? I have no idea. But
Mm-hmm.
all I can say is when we all die, we got to all see Jesus. We all got to go see Jesus. Now, if you wanna do what you wanna do, that's upon you. But all God tells us to do a certain thing. Also, if you read the word, not nobody had a government license, right?
Mm-hmm.
So God loves covenants and we
Mm-hmm.
follow everything that he does, right? And so our
Mm-hmm.
marriage, like you say, it's a covenant and I
It's a
honor that.
covenant.
I honor it more than I will honor anything government. Yes, if you must know, this man has me on his insurance. I'm on everything. It doesn't, I'm not limited to nothing
Right.
because I don't have a state marriage license. I'm open
Right.
to everything. I can do whatever I want to do. I can take
Right.
his card. I can go in his bank account. I can get insurance. My children are insured. So
Right.
take it how you
Amen.
may. Do I want
Mm-hmm.
it to stay like that? I don't. It doesn't matter to me either way it go. If he wants to change it, I follow him. But either way it go, I'm happy. I love him. We've been married for 5 years. If you don't know, we got back together May 24th, which is the tattoo on my arm of 2020.
Uh-huh.
I conceived sometime in June and we got married in August and been married ever since, going on 5 years. So either way it go, I love it.
Okay. All right. Well, once again, as long as excuse me, once again, as long as you excuse me, are happy with it, that's what matters. As long as you are happy, with it. And I want to say this because I see some, and I don't really pay attention to the comments. But yeah, this is not an explanation. Sit down. Okay. This is a introduction. So I want to clear that up. Okay. This is an introduction, not so much as her to go behind and be saying, well, no, it's not this, no, it's not that. Okay. So let me get that clear. Okay. Let me say
Yes,
it like
ma'am.
that. Okay. So, um, how do you feel about unmarried women? Um, Let me see. How this is a just 1 second. Okay. Okay. Can I get it? Can I get that one more time? Because I didn't quite get the whole thing. Okay. All right. So yes, I definitely want to say that, because it's like, you know, anyway. But is there anything else that you want to share? So what are some things that you love about your marriage to Kevin? Because he talks about you with the fullest. You are just
Um, what do I love? I love everything. I mean, of course, there's always gonna be something that you can say about your mate, like, "Oh," but that's between us, you know. I'm not
yeah.
gonna tell these people so they can flip flop it and floop it. But to be honest with you, keeping it all the way real, I love that man. I'm not gonna lie to you. He gets on my nerves, and I'm sure I get on his. That is my
Hmm.
best friend. Kevin be like my best friend. Kevin be like everything to me. Kevin be like, I can talk to him about everything. Um, he teaches me things I don't know. Um, we giggle all the time. He has a good personality. He looks
Hmm.
intimidating because he's so big. He is a protector. He's very protective. Um, he's kind. He's understanding. He's patient. Um,
Hmm.
on top of all that, he's a man of God. He
Right.
is. He taught me the
Yeah.
word from. We started at Genesis. He was patient enough to teach me, like literally reading word from word. I love that about him because I didn't know much. Um, I love the fact that he accepts me flaws and all. That
Okay.
man don't judge me for nothing. When I feel like I'm ugly or when I feel like I don't look a certain way, this man will tell me I'm beautiful. You know, Kevin does. He don't do your typical things, but Kevin does things like
Okay.
to make you
Okay.
know. I love him. It's just
Okay.
nothing. I mean, I can go on and on about it, but that's about
Hmm.
it.
That's enough. That's enough. That's enough. You
Yeah.
look. You fine. You fine. Now. Okay. So now, how do you feel about the disrespect? How do you feel about the disrespect from the Beagle women?
What is there to feel? I mean,
Okay.
sometimes I responded, but there's nothing to feel because I don't know you personally.
Right.
And I know most times people do things to be saw, to be seen.
Hmm.
Um, I could really care less.
Okay.
I don't bring up nobody's personal name or personally attack people. Most times I laugh. Like, some people be confused because I laugh.
Okay.
Um,
No,
because
that's
it's
right.
like, why you, the thing be is like, why you so aggressive? Why you so upset? Why you attacking me? What really have I done to you? So if all
Hmm.
this, you know what I'm saying, let it be. I mean, at my age, I don't need to be going back and forth and motherfucker. It hurts my voice box to talk like that. I don't want to be that way. I'm not an evil person. So I kind of laugh and be like, hey, sweetie, I be funny because it'd be like, if you're going out your way to do all that, that's really your energy. It's not mine.
Right. Right. I
It's your
feel you
energy.
because
It takes too
yeah.
much energy to be mad. It take you too much energy to come up here, find me, run your mouth about me all
Right.
day, sit there, run. I'm not taking my energy and doing that about you.
No, that's
I'm
right.
taking my energy being productive about something I could be getting done in this house.
Amen.
I'm
I
not
know
worried
that's
about what
right.
somebody do about.
Right. Right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, we want to know that because we know Kevin is on the app, and that's why this was a good idea to come out with who is Mrs. J aside from Kevin. You know what I'm saying? Because I know when
Mm-hmm.
you come over to my line, we're talking to Miss J. You know what I'm saying? We ain't talking about nothing else. We we
Right.
here. You know what I'm saying? So I
Mm-hmm.
love and I love that. You know what I'm saying? So, like you said, that back and forth, and oh God, I'll be like, how do they do that? So I didn't, know just quite, yeah. We what they say, roll off your back like water or whatever they say. Yeah.
Hey,
Okay.
let it fly like dust. That's what my granny said. Let them words fly like dust. Dust fly. Let it fly. That's all you can do. It, like I said, it don't matter if y'all call me whatever name you call me. At the end of the day, I guarantee if you met me in person, you would love me. You would love me.
Right.
The thing is, you have to be a certain way for people because you are for the people type person. I'm not that way. I'm not here for
Mm-hmm.
the people. I'm
Mm-hmm.
not here for the people. I really
Right.
don't care about. I mean, I come on here and voice my little one, two opinions, but it just still fly like dust. I'm really just, you would get on here, you're really talking to yourself. You know what I'm saying? If you slide the comments on up, you just really talking to yourself. People can hear what they hear, but it don't affect me no way.
Right. Well, I know I like I said again, love the conversations in the morning, how we just go on and on about the Lord, because when God has been good to you,
Yeah.
that's, like you said, that's your focus, all that other stuff going on all around. It's like, okay, So, next question, and then I guess we can open it up with questions if that's what you want to do. You want to open it up for some
I don't
questions from other
care. I'm
people?
not afraid of
Okay.
anything. I'm here for it all.
Okay, so now next question though. So who introduced the Israelite? Were you already Israelite, or did Kevin or bring it to you, or did y'all kind of go into it together?
Kevin introduced the title, but I've always lived a certain way. I didn't
Okay.
quite know what I was, looking after because I've always tried to find God. But when me and Kevin in our beginning stages, he would just say things like, "This ain't right in the Lord's eyes," or "We can't do this. We have to follow what God say." And
Amen.
from that, he showed me,
Okay.
from the ABCs and the one, two, threes of getting to know who we are. So, like I said, it goes with the word. It's proof, and it's proof enough for me to follow. So I
Right.
go with it. Hmm.
Right. Right. Yeah, because the Bible does, talk about the vow, that you make a vow to God. You know what I'm saying? So that's a blessing. That is truly, truly a blessing. And we just want to stop and thank each and every one of you for the gifts. Thank you guys for being kind of cordial down there in the comments. We definitely appreciate it. You guys have really been a blessing so far, and we appreciate it. All right. So now this how we're gonna do it, guys, respectfully. Okay. If you got a question, just line up in the queue. Okay, and we're gonna let people up one by one. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, she does. Yeah,
Thank you.
natural. Yeah,
So,
yeah.
you're so
And very
sweet.
authentic. Just very authentic. When she giggles and giggles and giggles, that's her. She's giggling. But some
I
people
am.
just, yeah. Some people are
Hey,
just yeah, like that. All right. So the first P okay. All right. Right. It should be a blueprint. Yeah, it really should, because people can really take, notes, because Beagle is not a bad app, but it is the people, and the energy that they carry, pretty much. No, no, she doesn't. No, 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 yeah. None of that foolishness and all of that. No. Mm-mm.
yeah, I'm
And,
not.
and and she will leave. You start that mess, she will. Hey, you look up, she be like a ghost.
I, they not used to a
Right.
calm person. I'ma always be calm. That's the thing. So even with ugliness, I am gonna conduct myself away. Number one, God is watching me. Number two, I have a husband and children. Now,
Mhm.
again, I does get upset about my family. When people come, y'all have heard me come a little sideways with people. Do I like to be that way? I don't. I'm not that person.
Mhm.
You would never, get me to be the person that some of y'all is. I'm just not. It just doesn't matter. I'ma laugh at you. I'ma make a joke
Mhm.
about you. I'ma smile, and we can be mad today. You can call me all type of whatever name, but guess what? I still speak to you tomorrow.
Okay.
At the end of the day, Kevin be
Right.
the one telling me, no, no, no. I still speak to you.
Yeah.
Now he be knowing more than what I know, but I ain't afraid of nobody. Just like the people on
Mhm.
here, it don't matter to me. Again, I don't know you and you don't know me. So I mean,
Mhm.
it is what it is.
Right. Right.
It is
Yeah,
what it
because it
is.
is
You can
crazy how people can say things.
anybody can come up and ask any questions instead of being in the comments. Um, instead of being in
Okay.
the comments, you're more than welcome to come up.
Okay, Mrs. Hawaii. Yeah, if anybody wants to come up, and start off with a question, come on up, guys. Come on up. Don't come. Yeah, right. They scared. Who said that?
That open the box.
Okay, well, I didn't see anybody in the queue.
Thank you.
Right. There you go. Hello.
Hi.
I'm just I just want to say I'm so proud of you. I'm just proud of you as my black queen, my black sister.
Thank you.
I love your vibe you're giving off.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I really appreciate that.
And I'm praying for your husband and the rest of them.
Thank you. Heavy on the gratitude. I really appreciate that.
All right, amen. All right. Anyone else would like to come up and ask a question, give a compliment, how, what would you like to do? I mean, here she is now. All is welcome, right?
I'm here. I'm here. What she say? I'm here.
Yes. Yeah, but see, people like to hide. Yeah, people like to hide, you know what I'm saying?
How you doing?
Right,
Hi.
exactly.
What you mean exactly? But girl, I like your sweatsuit and you cute, your little forehead.
Thank you.
Um, so you think you want to have some more babies?
No, no. I'm 39. I have 5 children that come out of me. I want a dog, but that's about best I'm gonna
A
get
dog.
right now. I ain't got patience for another baby. I do want me a
Okay.
dog. I do want a dog, but
And then I just wanted to ask a real messy question. Like, what you feel about Tommy K and what she said about that little girl?
what little girl? My daughter? Are you talking about my daughter?
I got a question. Don't worry about what she talking about. I got a question. Um, how much y'all pay for this interview?
Who said we paid for it?
Okay, I'm just making sure you didn't. Okay, bye bye.
Oh, get down.
They don't have anything else to do. That's what I'm
And then
saying.
you know what? I don't know. Let me say this.
Ask a question, you're more than welcome, but like little hits like that doesn't phase any of us.
Right. She didn't
We're
want to show her face though. Right. Right.
yeah, we're
Let
not
me say, wait a
about it.
minute, before you go, but why is it? I mean, if someone did bless her, what's wrong with that?
Right. I didn't have a question. I got up here by mistake, but you will all both look lovely. And happy Mother's Day.
Thank you. Thank
Thank you.
you.
Thank you. Drop me down, Miss Glam.
Okay.
You want to know my CA?
Not that's not near. Okay. Hey, Kevin.
Hey, what's going on?
Hey,
This is
Kevin.
my let me tell you something. Where God is, the devil is always there. The hate comes with the territory. You got to accept the hate with the love. You know, it goes hand in hand. So stay the course and stay focused. Let these people come up and troll and do what they do. They have a job, but you have a job to do what you're doing. And you're doing an excellent job. Both of you guys look beautiful. The comments are running very well. And I'm just enjoying the show. So I appreciate it. What you're doing, Glam, in this interview. You having a good interview. Just stay focused, babe, and be the person that you are. Let them say what they got to say. The hate comes with the love. It's just that way. You go get more hate than you go get love. But I embrace it.
Right.
Thank you.
Right. You can stay up if you want, Kevin. Okay.
Hello, y'all. Happy Mother's
That's my big
Day.
brother. Hi.
Dick eating slut. Prince J got more answers and questions than you.
Have a good day.
Wow, that was horrible. Look, it's all love here. I really just wanted to know, also what's your Cash App? Because we want to send you something for Mother's Day. If you can put it in there, your Cash App. But I said, what did you feel about Tommy when she said something about your little girl? And that wasn't
Oh,
being messy.
oh no, it's okay. What do I feel about Tommy?
Don't do it, babe. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't put nothing up there.
Yeah.
Don't put
Oh,
nothing up there. And don't answer that question. We don't care about what Tommy. This is not a Tommy discussion. Okay, we
Right.
don't have nothing to do with her, so we're not answering any questions. We don't care about what she thinks about any of our kids. She need to be what I need to tell you about that. I think she need to be concerned about her children. That's what she need
Right.
to be concerned about. This is Mother Day. You should be concerned about your children. So don't come up here trolling. Please kick that person. Make me admin so I can kick some of these people out of here, please. We ain't gonna have that up in here. These are decent women, respectful women. This is a woman panel. Okay. I don't, it's not for all of this BS. So
Right.
if I see you again, you getting kicked up out of here. I Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Right. Okay. For the couple of people, well, I'm not going to be addressing that too much in the comments. But listen, guys, this is not about Tommy K. This is not about Key. This is the introduction to Mrs. J. Okay. Simple as that. Okay. It's about her. Okay, so if you got any questions for her, like I'm asking, you know what I'm saying? No, I don't care about that over there. I don't care about that over there. You know what I'm saying? We're not on that page. Okay? Right. Okay, cool, DJ Main. And you know what? I said that, DJ. I did say that. I was saying that. I wish I could had got the DJ, but it was such because me and her have been talking about it. But we just decided to, yeah, yeah. If you want to jump up and give us an intermission, hey, they can continue blessing. Oh, got you. Okay. All right. Yeah, yeah. Okay. If anybody got any more questions, let me know. Let me open up the box.
happy Mother.
Hey, I just want to say happy Mother's Day to all of the mothers. And I have a quick question. I wanted to know, like, dealing with having a mother-in-law, and I don't know, like, but I know you've had one for a long time. As a person coming into a relationship myself, dealing with a mother-in-law, what would be your advice? Because sometimes we trust people because our love, the person of our life, the love of our life, I should say, love their mother or have a relationship with their mother or their relatives, so we automatically accept them, right? But what would be your advice for, since you've been through it, kind of getting close or not too close to your mother-in-law? What are the boundaries that should be set? That's the question. What is your takeaway as it relates to boundaries being set with in-laws in general? Thank you so very much for having me. I'm going to drop.
That's a good question. So I was a very open person because, again, it was exciting to have a mother-in-law. If I could give advice, I'm not saying that all women are the same, all mother-in-laws are the same, but the one I've encountered, I would say probably like
What, madam?
pause. Excuse me. I would probably say like pause, maybe get to know them a little bit better. Um, don't be so open at first. I've always set boundaries respectfully. You know, there were things asked that were inappropriate, and I did set my boundaries. That was one of the things that she said to my husband that, hey, this is a different woman here because I believe she tried to break me in certain ways of opening up and being, sweet and crying. But
Mhm.
I would just say, just kind of watch first to see if you can trust her. It's always difficult because it's mother-in-law. So when you finally get a husband and you have a mother-in-law, you are excited. As I was very excited, but just probably take your time and get to know her more. Don't be so open at first. Just see what she's like, and then you can measure upon how you may want to interact from that part.
Okay. That's a great, a great
You're welcome.
question. Yeah. Because at one point, you and your mother-in-law were pretty close at one point.
Yes, we were very close. I embraced her. I was excited to have her. Now, it was one particular uncle who had told me to watch her, and I just was like, "Watch her. She's so sweet and she's kind." And he was like, "All right now." So I took that in account, but I didn't. I was very open to her. Anything she asked me to do, right away. She called me wee hours in the morning. I get up. Mama wants you to do her lashes. I did them. Mama wants you to do her nails. I did them. She told me she need anything. I gave it to her. Did I think that she was gonna be a way that she is now? Not as much. I mean, my husband did tell me, he was like, "Now I know my mama, you need to watch her," but I didn't think she was gonna be that way. It did get to me. It hurted me for a little bit, but I got over it because, a title is a title, and that's something that I've learned. A title was just that,
Right.
a title.
Okay. Right. So, but pretty much everybody else. Now, are you guys? Well, are you guys like around anyone else, or is just basically you and Kevin for the most part, and the kids? And because I know I've seen you guys out at the park. You and the kids and doing things like that. I know Kevin
Um,
said he's an introvert.
I am too. I really be in the house. I mean, as far as, my big brother comes, I talk to him a lot. I'm really close to my big brother, but other than
Okay.
that, I'm in the house.
So now, what are some of your hobbies? I know you do nails. I got the pictures. I wish I was there, but I'll be there in a couple of months, in Detroit.
Okay.
So look, I'm
Okay.
about to,
Um,
yeah.
I'm gonna do
'cause,
one for you. So like I said, I do my brows, I do lashes, I do nails. I like to skate. I like to garden. Um, I like to cook. I love to cook. I didn't like to at first, but I've loved to like cook. It brings me a lot of satisfaction. I do understand what my grandmother was saying, the satisfaction when Kevin sit there and he liked the food. That brings me much joy.
Right.
My children too, nourishing my children. You know, that's very important for a woman to nourish their family. I don't know. That's about it. I love to
Okay.
shop like anybody else. You know, I love
Right.
purses and I love me some Adidas. Adidas all day. I love to skate. I am a skater. That is something that I love. I love that more than going to the club. So my club was going skating. If it was a skate party, I was there. In Detroit, all through Flint, all in Cleveland, all everywhere. We did it. Flint, I'm one of them
Yeah.
ones. So
I like skating
that's my
too.
I love it.
Yeah.
I love
I
skating.
want to go to now have you been to the skating ring, the ice skating ring in Detroit downtown yet?
I don't like ice skating, but Kevin did take. I think that's where he took me, where you can roll on your roller skates. But and he got a video of that too. But I love skating. That is
Okay.
like it does it for me.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. All right. Hello, Box 2. How are you?
Hi.
Okay. All
It
right. Nurse
is for
Kelly,
me.
come back.
Skating is like a vibe. Like it's music. You in your own world. You're vibing. You get away for a little bit. Get your roll on. Get your exercise in, and you go right home.
Okay. All right, so we got your hobbies, we got the children, we got, you and Kevin a little bit. So now let me ask you this. Are you well, we know, are you praying, for your mother-in-law?
Yeah, I
Mother's
pray.
Day to everybody. That's
Happy
all I wanted
Mother's
to
Day.
say.
Thank you. Happy Mother's Day to you too.
Happy Mother.
At first I used to didn't pray for her because I was a little disappointed. But at the end of the day, I did have to correct myself because it's by a woman's hands that we bring up and tear down our home. I pray for everybody in this family because the power of oneness is what's going to get everything rolling. Everybody being on one accord.
Mhm.
That's how it is in the word, one accord.
Right.
So I pray for everybody
Right.
to get on one accord, whether
Mhm.
they in favor of me or not. If they are
Right.
attached, yes, I pray for my husband's relationship with his mother, his heart, his strength, and I do.
Mhm.
I pray for her. I do. That's my
Okay.
my daughter's grandmother. So she is important to me. Do I call her? Do I go see her? No. Do I do? No. But you can still love somebody from afar.
Right. Right. And I think that's important that, and that really speaks volume, because of some of the incidents and things that has transpired, things that's still going on. That's important to keep her in prayer because, like you said, she's still, is your mother-in-law, your husband's mom. So it's important that we definitely still keep her in prayer. And it's hard to sometimes pray for people that have done, things that we don't like. It's hard.
It's hard. Well, it used to be hard. But see, what I do to conquer things, and this is what Kevin taught me, I find out what God do about it. If something
Okay.
has broken my heart or something makes me upset, I try to find out what God do about it. Because I'm no better than him. And he's the
Okay.
one that creates us. I try to problem solve because I don't want to sin against the Lord. I don't want to be evil hearted to anybody. I don't. I want to
Mhm.
be exactly what God say. That is my ultimate goal. In the word, it does say you're supposed to love even your enemies. And your enemies will be they of your own household. But you still have to love them. Love them can be praying for them over here. It don't mean they got to be with me. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
So that's just what I go by.
Okay. All right. Okay. Um,
Quick,
I was
I have,
Go
I had a
ahead,
quick
Box.
question. I had a quick question about Lil Regina. At what place was you and Big Regina at in y'all life when y'all named Lil Regina
Good
Regina?
question.
That's the only question I have because I think it's important. I think it's important.
That is good
Actually,
question.
actually, me being a single mom with 4 kids, having to name everybody, us being married, I wanted my husband to. I gave him the honors. He named her because at that time she was a person in our life. She was mom. She wasn't Miss Regina. She was mom. It was mom, 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 mom. Hey mom. Hey mom. It was daughter-in-law. My daughter-in-law. So yes, she was that person. She was
Y'all were in that song. Y'all were in that song.
yeah,
In that
every
place. In that
day.
place.
We didn't go a day without speaking. Sometimes
Okay.
Kevin be like, dang, well, is she cut? That's how much she said that she was, I was everything to her.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Wow.
it's unfortunate, but I did. I really, she was something special to me in my heart. She was. It is what it is, but people change, and the thing that, she tried to break up our marriage, that was disappointing. It was very disappointing.
Mm-hmm.
I did not understand because I just didn't know for the life of me what I did to her. But like I said, you still have to love your enemies and keep moving and pray for them from afar. But that is just what
Okay.
I do.
Can I add something to that too, if I will?
Yes,
Um,
because
Yeah.
even though I did have a quick back yeah for you, but yeah, since you said it, go ahead.
um, that's what people fail to realize. We did have my mother did have a Father's Day event at my home. She hosted it. The whole family was over there. My dad, everybody was there. This was prior to the accident that we had on Keith's bike in 2020. And Keith wasn't invited, even though I wanted him to come. He was not invited, and he wasn't invited because my mom didn't want him to be invited. And I put those text messages out to show, but we were in good standing at that time. She was at my house almost every day. She helped me to decorate my home when I first got back here. So yeah, that's a misconception. Miss Regina was around.
All the time. She called me beautiful. She be, baby, and you want to go do this? We took the kids to the zoo. We went to the park. We did everything all the time. All the time. So she was a staple in our life at that time, especially me being here. I never had that experience.
Right, right. Well, you know what? I've been listening to the talks and some of the things that Kevin has even been saying. He was even showing pictures the other day. Of like he said, she was not always Regina. The pictures that he showed was family orientated. I could say that from what I saw,
Yeah.
in the pictures, and even, and even with, now I'm quite sure she gotta miss the protection. I'm quite sure she misses the protection. Even if she won't say it or not, you know what I'm saying? I think she does, just listening all the way up to here.
Miss Regina had pictures of me all in her house, in her front room. Pictures of me having a baby. Pictures of me all through there.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying? Like, it was like we were inseparable.
right.
Like I said, I
Okay.
don't. I be trying to, like, what happened? I truly don't understand. But hey, I'm not God, right?
Yeah.
I don't know what happened. All I know is we were great. And then I know my husband come home one day talking about my mama said all this stuff. Is it true? I looked at him. I said, "You really gonna believe that?" And he said, "Hey, I'm just asking." And I said, "No, these things never happen." And to hear the detailed things that she has said and how far she went, the inappropriateness of it, it disappointed me. It did. It broke my heart a little bit. It did. It did because I let her in. I opened up. She asked, when I say if she asked me for something, I jumped. Sometimes it was hard because I had my husband, then I had her, and then she'll come over like I'm supposed to do something for her, and it was kind of hard because I got to see to my husband first, and she'd be like, "Well, Mama over here." She used to play those. She used to do that to us.
Well, I guess, because she didn't have any daughters either, and her relationship with the other ladies, I guess didn't go too well either. Up until, like you said, maybe, when something didn't go the way she wanted it to go, then the relationship went in a different direction. Because she doesn't have
Yeah.
any girls, so. But you're doing the best thing. It sounds like you just have to keep, praying for her, And I think, like I said before, that's the hardest thing to do is is to pray for someone that has definitely, did horrible things. It's like pray what, So you have to pray for God to give you the prayer to pray,
Yeah.
sort of, yeah, so to speak, So all right. I got a premium question. I got a
Okay.
premium question here. Um, what this question here is: what do you want from Bigo? What do you plan to gain from Bigo?
To be honest with you, if it wasn't for my husband, I'd shut my page down.
Okay.
And that's just being honest. I don't want anything to do with bingo with me personally, because it can be very nasty. But at the same time, I'm not gonna let nobody negative run me off. I'm gonna
Right.
be me. I'm gonna be positive. I'm gonna be inspirational. I'm gonna talk to women. I want to talk to women that inspire me. I want women. I want to inspire women. I love those things. I want to talk about cooking. I want to know who sell purses. I want to know all that stuff. Now, if somebody wants to be nasty, they can be nasty.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I do have to be careful because some things can, tick me, but I
Yeah.
can't let that interfere with who I am. And I'm not going to change who I am for absolutely nobody. So,
Okay.
what
Well,
do
let
I
me.
want from Pico? I just want to be myself.
Okay.
That's it. That's
Okay.
all.
The person that sent that question, the person that sent that question, if you want to elaborate on it a little bit, if you want to elaborate on the question, what do you want from Bigo? Okay. And probably send it in my inbox because I'm not getting the whole question. Hey, Lady B.
Hey, that
Hey.
was my question. So I think
Oh,
the question was, listen, that was my question. So it wasn't a bad question. It wasn't a bad one. It was like, are you hoping to do ministry? Are you hoping to gain new followers, to gain to promote your business? You know what I mean? You are so well spoken. You are what and a pure example what a Proverbs 31:10 woman is. I admire your poise, your grace, your
Thank you.
manners, everything about you, I live for. Do you understand me? And I haven't seen a woman like you in a while. So God bless you, woman of God. So I'm
Thank
just
you.
asking, like, yes, I don't mean that in a negative way. What I meant it
right.
like, well, you know what I mean? What is it that you want to gain from us? Because this is a nasty area, and I just be wanting to just, you know what I mean? I wish that, everything that's cracked, God be, the blood be filled surrounding you, because girl, this place is get crazy. And I agree.
Um,
Ain't nobody running us nowhere. We got spiritual boldness. We out here, we windmilling. So what do you want to that was my question. So I wanted to just kind of revisit that. I'm gonna digress. God bless you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Thank you so much. Thank you. I'm about to get down.
so,
Okay.
listen, y'all. I've been, kind of gathering. Am I looking for followers? I mean, if you want to follow me, bless you. If you are inspired or can learn something from what I say or what I show, bless you. I do want to put my nail content out here. Am I looking for clients? No, I just want to put it out there. Somebody may not know. You know what? Because I was that girl or that woman that couldn't always afford to do my nails. I taught myself.
Mm-hmm.
I am self-taught. So
Mm-hmm.
maybe somebody else may not have that and want to
Right.
learn how.
Right.
Also women don't know how to do lashes, right? It takes
Right.
me a good maybe 5 to 10 minutes to do mine. Maybe somebody will be inspired by, me being who I am, and I can maybe show that. Um,
It'd be a good
I'm just looking
content
to be
though.
positive. I'm just looking to interact with positive, God fearing women. If you're not God fearing, long as you're positive, I'm just looking for, you know, I aspire to
Right.
be. My favorite people are India Ari and Sade.
Oh
I
yeah.
think
Oh
India
yeah.
Ari is the most beautiful person. I've listened to her ever since she come out. I love
Right.
everything she says. People
Okay.
like that is what makes me happy. How she has grace, how she doesn't change, how she's opinionated. I love it. Um, so I'm only looking for what's for me. If I gain followers, if I don't, am I gonna be on here all day and every day? No. I do have to find the time, which I'm gonna try to do my best. But
Can I say something too, babe? I don't want to interrupt you, but
yes,
a
you
lot of
can.
people, let me say this. Some of these people who are more boisterous as women get a bad rap because sometimes they speak a certain kind of way with a certain kind of tone. But in a family, you have aunties that are different. And that's what brings the family into good chemistry. You got people who are outgoing, you got people who loud, you got people who are emotional. You got all kind of family members that's women that's different and yet they are unique. And when they come together, it's for a good time. I think that my wife brings balance in some areas where um a lot of us don't see a lot of this on a day-to-day basis with black women. And it's not bad what all these women do. Maybe it may be difficult to understand, but all of these people I find are very unique, and they bring something that is something that helps us to build the unity of like a family environment, because everybody is not the same. So I think what my wife brings to the platform is somebody that is that brings a certain kind of uniqueness. Not better than anybody, because I don't think that nobody's better than anybody out here,
No.
even though there could be some contention with that. But
Mm-hmm.
I think that every one of these people are valuable to this environment. The Ebbs, the Lady B's, the Glams, the Sister Girls, the Summer Rains, all I don't Kiki, all these women out here that make up Bigo is very unique and brings something of substance to the app that I think that we all need. And so I
Mm-hmm.
am a fan of them as well. And I will do everything that I can to support. And we need to understand this is a family environment. This is our culture. We represent our culture. And our women are the movement of our culture because they bring forth life. And I like every one of you guys very uniquely. And I appreciate what you guys bring to the platform. So thank you guys. This is just my contribution, or the Jones contribution, to something that brings balance to something that could be considered the devil's playground at times.
Thank you.
And you know what? That's so true because I've heard that statement. This is the devil's playground. And I know when I first got on this app, I said this app is not for me. I said, and like you said, when I heard some of the things that were coming out of the mouths, I said, this ain't for me. I can't stay here. But as time went on, I began to meet people, and like you said, the balance. You know what I'm saying? And like even Miss Jones said, people sometimes will take you there. They'll, try to take you out of your body, try to take you out of here, but we still, we still human too. We still have our human side, and
It's
like you
only the
said,
devil's playground if you go in his yard. It's only
Absolutely.
the devil's playground if you go in the yard. If you go in the devil's yard, then you in his
Right.
side. If you don't go on his side, it's not his playground. It's what you make of
Yes.
it. And that's
Because
what
I've been
I'm
on this
learning.
app a long time. Yeah, I've been on here 4.5 years, and been under the radar. You know what I'm saying? Never caught all up in nothing. So you're right. And I came on here to, make money and do ministry. And that was one of my questions. I think, let me let TV Killer go, and then I do have a question about ministry. Okay, go ahead, TV.
Okay.
I just got two questions because I feel like a lot of people should be coming up asking these questions, but they running. But at what point, Miss J, did you realize when y'all got here, like, yo, this shit's real? Like, what point you was like, yeah, this shit is real?
When I seen the different emotions that my husband had at times, when I seen him going through everything he went through, when a man comes in the bed, and if you're in tune with your husband, if you know, right?
Right.
And when I seen him tired at times. I seen him weary a little bit here, then he shake it off, and then he go back in there and fight, and someone say this, and I knew it was real when I seen the different emotions that he had.
All right, I got one more, and I'm gonna get down. What?
Okay.
Cause see, I don't think a lot of people understand what goes into this and how much of y'all time go into this. Kevin worked 12 hours a day, which I know. You a full-time mother. What gives y'all the strength? Like, how y'all push each other? Like, cause y'all on this. For Keith, y'all are on this for Keith. Whether people see it or not, Kevin Page done been banned and everything. He's not, like he say, I'm not getting a boatload of money from this. Keith is the reason, whether people like it or not. What give y'all the strength? How y'all pull it together and pull this off?
I don't know, because we rock with each other. Period. I don't know where it come from, but I rocks with him. We pull it together because we love each other genuinely. There's a real genuine love. When I first got with this man that night, he said, "Keep your love, give me my respect." And I'm like, what the hell? You crazy? But I was just so stuck. But I understand, because when I say I love him, like we just met, sometimes that's really how it be. So I do understand what a man needs is what I have learned is peace, understanding, right? He needs me to know when and when not. He needs my support. Bug everybody else. He needs my support. So if that means I stay up to 12 o'clock at night and go fry him some fish and fries, that's my support. If that means he need me to rub his back, even when I'm tired, I may not do it perfect, but he got my support. What keeps us going is because he do the same thing for me. You see where he at right now. He was supposed to be going ride his bike. Look at him. Right here. All day, every day. I don't have to ask him where he at. When he leave, he don't need to ask where I'm at. It's just an automatic, organic thing that keeps us there for each other every time.
You just glowing. You are glowing. I mean, you got a glow. Like, you know what I'm saying? You have a
True, I'm telling you, like, I know y'all may not know him that way, and I don't care. I know he listening and everything, and you know what? Bug him. If it wasn't for God making this man, I wouldn't even be right here. I don't give Kevin the credit. I really give God the credit, because God the one that has formed him and has his mind to where it needs to be. And without God, he wouldn't be that person. And I'm very grateful. And just the fact that, like I said, there's nothing forced. There's nothing pushed. We just love each other.
Just love each other.
Really, I'm in love with my husband. Even when I may not agree with something, I'm in love with him. I am. I really do.
Amen. I like that. I love that. Well, listen. I'm gonna let's put a little twist. You know, it's a positive, but okay. You know what I saw? And it was somebody else. We were in the line, and they said, "Did y'all see how she went? She ran out there and was like, wait a second, the day the
Oh,
police was called.
yeah.
G-
When it
You was like, wait a second.
now
You
when
was
it
like,
comes,
no, y'all ain't taking my man nowhere. No, y'all ain't taking my man. It
yeah, because
was,
I didn't like that. I didn't like that,
yes,
and I don't care about who it is. I'm not afraid of no police. I work for the sheriff's department. That's something people don't understand. So when they was coming over here, I sure did run without thinking, question, or nothing because he does the same for me. He does the same for me. He protects me at all costs. So I
yes.
do it for him. Period.
No, that's
Not a
right.
shadow of a doubt.
Yes. If they didn't know anything about you, they should have saw that day. They should have saw that day because you was up in their
Sometimes he be
face.
having to tell me to stand down because I be hearing people talk to him and I be all riled up like, oh, he be like, babe, just relax, just relax, just relax. And I be like, okay.
Yes, yes, yes. Yeah, I
Can
want to
I say
bring that
something
up
about that,
because I
Glam?
watched.
Me.
Can I say something about that, Glam, real quick? Because that was a good question.
Yeah, okay, go ahead. Yeah.
I'm sorry. But with our black men, and I'm gonna say this for black women, we have to have something to fight for. We have to have something to protect. And
Hmm.
I think my wife give me something to protect. And as I give to her, that's what I receive. You only get what you give. You got
Right.
to give something to get something. So that's why my wife ride for me the way that she does because I have poured myself into her. And because I pour myself into her, she pours herself into me and is constantly reciprocated throughout the relationship. There's chemistry because somebody have to give up something to get something. And so we're
Hmm.
constantly giving to one another. So that's the reason why you see these things happening where you have my wife, as small as she is, coming out there and defending me at all costs because I do the same to her just like she said. So we got to give our women something to fight for when it comes and still remain a woman at the same time.
Right. A lady. Yes. Always. Yeah. Always try to be. Yeah. Made a lady, but she was. You know what? If that, like I said, if people didn't learn something from that particular day, like you said, you were worth protecting because you know. And that was, I guess, my backup to that is it was real for you that day too. I, I would
Yeah,
say.
I don't, because I didn't like him in handcuffs. First of all, that cop had pissed me off because he talking about something, get down. And it really made me mad. But I do know why people, like I said, you go on the devil. Okay. So, but yeah, when it come to him, sometimes I don't think right. When it
Hmm.
come to my husband, I'm not gonna lie to you. Somebody come here fighting, I pick up. I find something. Cause cause you going out with a bang. You know. And I'm only 5'2", yes, 6'6".
Right. And I think that's something, we talk about over on my panel, when you come in and stuff, is that, knowing how, like you said, to protect and build up, your spouse, knowing how to be, submissive if it's okay. But the Bible also talks about the man being submissive as well. Okay. So there is a
And he
balance
is.
there.
And he is. That's what people don't know either. People think Kevin, no. Kevin is submissive. The Bible says you
Right.
submit yourselves one to another. And he
Exactly.
is. And like I
Exactly.
said, he's never lied to me. Like, again, I know y'all heard this story, but sometimes I be like, dang, I be having this man never lied to me. I can't find a lie about anything. This man ain't
Right.
never lied to me. He has always told me he's my best interest, babe. Look at this, babe. Take your time. He's never just said do this and do that. He said, babe, you should take a second and look at this, or babe, you should see how this is, or my suggestion.
Mhm.
That's the way he talked. My suggestion is
Okay.
that you do this and that, because if you do it this way, this is what's gonna end up. So I
Right.
think you should stop, take a second. You always tell me to take a second because I can be very emotional at times. Though he does always tell me to pause, take a second, breathe,
Right.
think about it with reasoning, right, and not with emotion. So, like I said,
Right. And you know what, with Bigo women, like you said, there's that other side, and I just definitely believe when you see a woman of poise and glamour naturally, and being a lady, we all were born girls, then teenagers, then we grew into women, but the lady part is gone. Being a lady, conducting yourself, as so, and
yeah.
that's what you're bringing, a lady, the meekness, and it's not an act,
I
you
mean,
know,
I've
right,
always wanted to be a
exactly,
lady. Coming from where I come from, I probably shouldn't be the person that I am, but that's what I choose to be.
okay,
Nobody is going to change me into be what they want me to be. I've always wanted to be a kind, sweet person. I've always wanted to be giving, and I always wanted to be teachable. I've always, that's just how I want to be. I want to be the person that before my grandfather passed, I wanted to be that person that he told me, he said, this is what you need to do. My
hmm,
grandfather was a very important person. My grandfather and my brother were like my father to me, and
okay,
I listened to them. So, yeah.
okay. All right, box two, do you have a question? Okay, so with ministry, so do you see y'all starting a ministry, like an outreach? I don't see you guys doing nothing indoors, but like an outreach.
Me personally, a ministry could be talking to women on here. I only will speak to women. I would never speak to no man because that's not my place. So I know women can teach women. Elders are supposed to teach the youngers, right? So that's just what I go by. I think Kevin would be really good. And I tell him this all the time because he taught me a lot of stuff. Because when we first started, he would read the Bible and I'd be falling asleep. It would be boring to me. So, but when he started teaching me things and showing me in depth and going here and proving things and doing that, I think he's really, really good. I really do. If you really want to know who God is from start, Kevin will really get you together. Me personally, I mean, my mother being a pastor, I've been in church my whole life. I was a drummer girl. I played the drums. I sung on the praise and worship team. I did all those things. But I think ministry is what you make of it. I'm not saying that but like I said, it could be a woman's group, and that's just talking about things that's a ministry.
Right,
That's how
right,
much I'm with it. Because other than that, I'm really not a people's person like that. But I love to. I love Black women that love to be positive. I love Black
right.
women that want to help others and teach and strengthen. I love that stuff.
Right. Well, see, one thing too, Bigo, and I'm not gonna say all women on Bigo. We're gonna say that those women, they don't understand that a three core band is not easily broken.
Hmm.
You know, so when you have God as that band, with that relationship, no, no, you can't cut it. You know what I'm saying? It just
Yeah.
it's just not going to happen. Okay, so that was my other question about the police. We really saw, I saw, like wow, you know what I'm saying? Hey, she going in, and you was like this little bitty thing, and you was running up there with them papers, and you was like, oh no, you was like, wait, what? I mean, it was like wow, but it was real. It was sad that you guys were going through that. It was really sad that somebody, took the time to do that. Like you said, y'all in the bed, and then and it was sad. But hey, you came out there with your chest out, like, nah, this ain't going down,
Every time. I do it every time.
right. Okay, amen. All right, so do anybody got any more questions? I don't want to keep her all night, but um yeah, if anyone has any more questions, yeah, we are so proud of you. And welcome to Bigo. Welcome to Bigo. Now, we have formally introduced you to Mrs. Jones. Okay, now anyone was welcome to come in because I don't have anyone blocked. Okay, no one is blocked in my room. So, the naysayers, the soothsayers, anyone was welcome to come on in today and ask whatever question you had to ask. Okay. So now now if we see anything, over here, over there, we're going to call you some chickens, some scaredy cats. Okay. So shut your mouth. Okay. Because you could have came over here and asked anything that you wanted to ask tonight. Okay. Right. Some cowards. You could have came over here. Ain't nobody in my room blocked.
Okay, well, I
Hello.
have a question. I have a question. Who's doing the bending? Him or her? That's what I want to know. And Roach, you can shut up and talk about that black ring you left in that girl tub. Talk about that. You fat, nasty.
Oh wow.
I'm glad that I
Okay.
heard that was a woman. I'm glad because she trolled me everywhere I go. That Frederick Douglass Negro
Yeah,
trolled me
you did say
everywhere
that.
I go. Mm-hmm. She ain't nothing. But you the one doing the bending for Tommy K. We ain't nobody bending nobody over here, dear. And if they is, that's a private matter. The marriage bed is undefiled.
Fireball.
It's
That's right.
good.
Let's say that. Say that.
Hey Edge.
Hey y'all. Hey, hey,
Hey,
hey.
Edge.
Okay, so I just wanted to be a little messy, y'all, or whatever, because I know the other day they kind of twisted your words when you were lined up with Prince Jay or whatever about how you met your husband. Can you get in tell that little story on how you and your husband met? Cause I hate people from the window be watching and they be twisting stuff up or whatever, make it fit their narrative or whatever. Just just to tap in, just a tiny bit.
Okay. Here we go, y'all. So look,
Yeah.
again, I was being a hot tail when I was younger. Okay. I was a fast little girl. I used to lie about my age. But that particular day that I met him, I went downtown to the library. I only had money to get down there. But I said, somebody gonna get me home or I'll find a way home. Lo and behold, nigga right there. Hey, how you doing? I'm like, hey, what you doing down here? I said, I'm stuck. He said, oh, you're very pretty. Thank you. He said, I get you home. Great. We got to, he said he had to make a stop. Cool. I guess because I wasn't interested in this man. He was trying to talk to me, but I wasn't interested in him. I really just wanted to ride home. But being as though I wasn't interested in him, he left. So I'm standing, what the hell? I'm standing in front of their house, it was actually their grandfather's house. I'm standing in front of the house. Kevin come outside. So do you got the details?
Mm-hmm.
Somebody brought me there. Here Kevin tall ass, he was so skinny and fine. Lord, he was fine. He come outside with his hand on his hip. He do the same thing now. He said, what is you doing out here? I said, you know, I was trying to get a ride home. what are you doing with this person? I said, well, he said he was going to give me a ride home. He said, how? He was really getting on me. And I told him that I was young. And he was like, you ain't got no business. He was just correcting me, putting me in my place. He said, I ain't had no business being over there, which I didn't. But I just was like, I just was hungry and I needed a ride home. So he said, well, you can come in here. He fixed me some chicken with some fried chicken and them smothered potatoes, and we had a red Faygo. After we ate, we got in the car. He said, I'm taking you home. He was like, I bet not. He told me, he said, I bet not catch you over here no more. Every time I see you, I'm going to take you home.
Mm-hmm.
There it is.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
And I
Yeah.
just want to repeat this for the people in the back real quick. So
Mhm.
you met some other guy who had dropped you off because you wasn't trying to, whatever he was trying to do on what his motive was. And so he left you, he dropped you off in front of your husband. We didn't know this was going to be the future, but he dropped you in front of your husband's house like he was taking you home. That is hilarious for me.
Yeah, it was actually his grandfather's house. He dropped me at their grandfather's house. And Kevin just happened to be there and come outside, tell my son, he told, what is you doing over here? How old is you? What is you? I bet not, and he was right. He was right. So he fixed me something to eat and he took my butt home. That was it. That was all.
And we
Right.
didn't,
Right.
and we didn't have no
Nothing.
Right.
sexual relationship or nothing like that. She was just a little girl that I seen, and I just took home and I gave her advice. Same thing I do out here. I'm very personable, and I've dealt with a lot of people. Even when I was in high school, a lot of young women like me. A lot of younger women like me everywhere I went. It was just that way. I was a basketball star, and a lot of people knew me for being a basketball star. And so, a lot of people took to me, but I was respectful. And I was dealing with older women at that time. I was 20 something, and I had like a 30-year-old woman, and I told her this too. And we after sometime after that, because we haven't seen each other a lot after that time, I ended up going to Iraq. I went to Iraq, and we lost track of each other until 2020 when we met again. So let that be known. We met this month on the 24th in 2020 again. She hadn't seen me in all that time.
Right.
So stop it, y'all.
Okay. And just one more question. What are you guys' age difference?
So I'm 39, Kevin.
I'm 46. I'm 7 years older
46.
than her.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll be 40 this year, Lord help us.
Right. Yeah. So
You gonna
yeah,
cry
they
like a
yeah,
baby,
they
girl. You gonna cry on your birthday. Now go ahead.
No. I feel like I'm
right.
getting old.
Right. Because she's also said that she's got the tattoo. I think she just said this the other day. Yeah, she's got the tattoo on her arm.
You want me to show
Yeah.
you?
You want to see his itch?
Yeah, show him it. Show
Yeah,
him
go
it.
ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, she's got the tattoo on her arm. Yeah, see it?
Okay.
And she's
And
got
I
Kevin's
actually got the
name.
tattoo. I actually got the tattoo
Mhm.
before we got married.
Sure
And I
did.
didn't tell, I didn't ask him. I got it when we were dating. That's how I knew he was my man. Period.
All right now. Come
That's how
on,
you gotta
girl.
claim them. You gotta snatch them up and show them.
All right, girl.
Okay.
Shut the front door. That's what I'm talking
Okay.
about. Period.
Hello.
Period.
Hello.
Period.
It was mine, period. I was not
Yes.
going no.
Yes.
Not
Yes.
me.
All
She
right.
wasn't going nowhere. Hey, she was stalking me, y'all. She was
Okay.
trying to get the washing
Now you
clothes.
have to get
Can I
down
wash
because
clothes
nobody was
over there?
stalking you.
I said, girl, you is crazy.
I like that.
What'd you say,
Felicia
Kat?
say she did hers 25 years later. I feel that. You got to snatch your nigga up and let him know this is home and you ain't going nowhere. And you got to show your worth. Like he said, she was washing clothes and
I
doing
was
what a wife
cooking.
do.
I went over his house. I was cooking. I clean up if I saw something out of place. I was asking, wasn't I?
And she already told us that she don't even enjoy cooking. So even in her not enjoying cooking, she was learning to love this man. Amen. Look
Yes,
at
and
her.
that listen, edge control. She came over to my house one day. I was coming home from work. She got flowers all on the floor. She didn't made a steak. It was a romantic music was playing, all
It
this
was our
stuff.
first
I'm like,
date.
what the hell
So
was
yeah,
going on?
so our first date, I just thought Kevin was deserving of it. I had saw him, going to work, and I'm like, damn, he a hardworking man. He ain't trying to be cut no corners or nothing. And I had wanted to take him on a date. And normally it's unusual for a woman to take a man on a date, but I was like, no, I told him, I said, on this day, you got to leave your house for a couple hours. And I didn't know what to do. And I was like, you know what, I'm gonna do something romantic, because he didn't get the furniture yet. Because I had met him right when he moved into the house and he had furniture yet. So I was like, okay, what I'll do is I went and got this big old fluffy white cover, had me a little centerpiece, got me some tray tables. I made steak, asparagus, and mashed potatoes. I put roses everywhere and candles. You remember that?
Yep. And guess what, y'all? You know I'm the receipt queen king. I was about to say receipt queen. That ain't me. Receipt king. And I
Right.
got the receipts for it. I got the
Yeah.
receipts for the day when you did that. I don't think you know that, but I got the receipts. And I even got the videos that you was taking when you was in the tub. Did I tell you about that? She was taking bathtub and sending me
Oh,
stuff
look at her face.
out of the
Look at her face.
bathtub, y'all. This girl was going crazy. I was like, I'm stuck with her. She had sexy music on. She was rubbing oil all over her black, lovely.
Kevin, mute yourself. This is not your interview. Mute yourself.
Too
What are you
much.
doing?
You is doing too much
What
now.
is
Don't be
you
telling
doing?
people all my business. See this? See.
You know what?
See?
Make them mad. Listen, Kevin, really make them mad now. Really make them mad because they was too scared to come up in here and ask Miss J what they really want to know. Okay, so go ahead, make them mad, Kev. Make them mad.
I'm just,
Oh,
I ain't want to make her mad now. Listen, you don't get mad about this. This is what love looks like. Sometimes you got to give an example out here of what love looks like, y'all. And there's nothing
You
wrong
don't
with black
have it.
love. There's nothing wrong with loving your black woman. What's wrong with loving the black woman?
Nothing.
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 It's nothing. Why do they make it such a crime to love a black woman and express your love for your black woman, and the black woman to express their love for their black man? I think it's beautiful. It's gorgeous. I love it.
This ain't your interview, Kevin. Mute yourself, okay? Now,
right. You
Right,
doing
Big
too,
Mama.
you going too
Big
far.
Mama. Big Mama. Right. That's right, Big Mama. That's what I'm saying. And they don't, when people don't have, that it's like, I heard somebody saying something today, and it was coming from what was his name? The real super something. But anyway, he was talking, and what he said made a lot of sense. The girl was actually listening to another girl about her man. And so he said,
One
how
second.
you gonna
Watch
tell?
him down. 1 second. 1 second. I'll be
Okay,
right back.
okay. So he said, how you gonna tell her about her man and you don't have a man? He said, you don't have no flowers up behind you and you are a mother. He said, so where's your man? Why, how you even got time to sit here today and even talk to her, about that. So, like somebody put in the comment, I think it was Big Mama said, yeah, that's facts. When people, they don't want to hear about, your man, and you did this romantic dinner and you didn't put flowers on down and you did all of this, it's sad. But when people don't have that, they can't celebrate you. They tolerating you. You know what I'm saying? And we don't need people around us that can't celebrate you. It's time out for toleration. Period.
amen.
Yeah, you got something to say?
I had another question for Miss J.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, we
But I
want
just
people that.
love the interview. I love the sit down. I love your interview style. This is my first time seeing you do an interview outside of your Love After Lockup. And I just love it. I love it, love it, love it.
Thank you.
Well, I
I
definitely
think
appreciate.
you're so pretty too, Ed. You're so black and pretty. I love your hair.
Thank you. It's
And you know,
100% yarn.
That's
and you know
cute.
what? I just like people to come on and be comfortable because this is me. You know, this is how I am on the app, off the app. You know, there's no, you know, this is who I am. And you know, and the trolls making their comments or whatever. But you got to remember, you know, I'm not on the messy side. So I, you know, that kind of stuff really, you know, is not really what I want to know. You know what I'm saying? So we
Mhm.
wanted to get to know her. She's not with that stuff. You know. So we not there. You know, it's fine with me. I'm enjoying it. You know, we're gonna wrap it up because like I said, we don't want to keep her too long. Edge, go ahead. You got some questions?
I had just probably one more question, like, because I
Yeah.
like the whole, you know, the whole love atmosphere that we was just in, you guys creating that love moment of y'all first date and you celebrating this man knowing that this was going to be your husband. You know, you kind of claimed him in that situation. What was this a new feeling for you, or was this like he brought this out of you?
Good question.
That's a good question. It was new for me. Um, and with him doing what he was doing, he never lied to me. He always kept his word. It brought something out of me too. It was both. It was me and him. But it was more of him showing me that he could actually be the man that he is because I didn't trust men. You know, I wasn't that one. I wasn't all crazy over no man because they look good and they got a couple dollars. Because I had a couple dollars. You know what I'm saying? Like I took care of myself. Going through the traumatic experience that I did, it was like, okay, you gotta show me more than looks. You gotta show me that you could be a leader. You gotta show me that you ain't gonna lie to me. You gotta show me that you're gonna protect me. And he happened to be that person. I have always said to anybody I dated, though, this is real. If I ever saw that man again, for sure, I'm leaving you. I had already
Oh,
made it known. If I see that man again and he's single, it's over. Whatever we got, and that's how I was. And guess what? It's how it is today.
You saw him again.
yeah. And I just
Yeah.
want to just say, you know, us women, we got to keep hope alive then. You know, that's what they just told me. That was just like a hope moment. Like, keep hope alive. You probably got that boyfriend you had in the 8th grade, that boyfriend you saw walking past your house every day to go to a different school than you, or whatever. Y'all probably had words in passing or whatever. And if you meet back up with him, take your opportunity, girl. Bite your apple.
Well, listen, let me tell you all this. How we got back, because my ass was at work on Facebook. And I ain't ashamed to say it. I was tired. I was at my first store because I ran 2 stores. And I was back there doing schedules and I was like, man, and I was on Facebook. I scrolled past that face. I said, Kevin. And when I saw him, girl, I'm texting, hey Kevin, how you doing? You remember me? I mean,
Oh,
I was asking him more questions than he could answer. And I
Wow.
think he
okay.
called me. I called him or he called me, but I was just like, hey, how you doing? And I was just like, ah. And I was so excited to see him again. I was over just so happy. Like Kevin, he didn't really know who I was until he looked at me. He was like, Sabrina. And I was like, Kevin. And that's what it was.
I got a follow-up question. Now, hearing that and hearing you just say that, you know, you had even told men that you were with, like whoever I'm with, like if I see this man again, it's over. Do you
Yeah.
think that you had ever given your heart to anyone else?
Honestly, no. To
Okay,
be
because it
honest
sounded
with
like
you,
you had never gave it away. That's what it sounded like. Okay.
so I dibbled and dab. Of course, I'm a woman. Of course, I had kids.
Mm-hmm.
But to be this way, even my ex don't understand. That's why he was so mad at Kevin. Because he felt like he
Mm.
should have got this out of me that he didn't get, because with him, I was not this person. With him, I was like, I was that nigga, you need to get up and go do this, and you need to do this, or we need to do that. I talked to my ex like that because he wasn't a man, he was a boy. And we just had children. That's what it was. It was just this right here. It wasn't nothing else.
Right, Big
When I
Mama.
met Kevin again, it was, I could be a woman. I could be this. I'm happy. I want to be pleasing. I proudly wear my ring. I
Mhm.
proudly wear my tattoo. I'm very happy. And that's what he was really upset about. To keep
But that you said, you never, no one ever gave you. I think somebody put that in the comments. Big Mama, said that every man didn't deserve that treatment because every man didn't give you what Kevin gave you. You know what I'm saying? He, like he said, you giving him something worth protecting, and vice versa. And that makes a big difference. So he gave you love plus action.
he
You
sure
know,
he gave me more action than he ever really was like, I love you, I love you, I love you, I love you. And I will raise the way my mama taught me was, a man cater to you. He needs to tickle your fancy. He needs to do what you say. If he don't take you here and do that and do this and do that, he don't love you. Kevin said, that's not love, baby.
that's not
Love
love.
is this, that, the third, the fourth. And I was like, huh? And not until I had to look at it, I was like, nothing he ever told me I could really get mad at. I may not have liked it, but once I opened up my mind and I said, okay, he got me. Every time. Every time.
And it's
Even when I
unconditional.
thought he was going to do something.
Mm-hmm.
Nope.
Mm-hmm.
Nope.
Yeah, and it's unconditional because when you first started, you said that Kevin, he accepts your flaws. You accept his flaws, which we all have them. It's the point. It's the point of, can I deal with their flaws? You know what I'm saying? Because we all come with them.
He
And
did.
that's the.
When I'm sick, when I lash hair off on hair, this, that, the third, Kevin loves me for who I am. And that's another thing. I am so comfortable. I don't have to be a certain way. I am so comfortable with him. I am. And I've never been able to be that way. I can rest. I've never been able to be that way. I've always had to be the hardworking one, the one. I was the mama, the daddy, the plumber, the mechanic. I don't care what y'all say. But when you have a whole bunch of kids and you single, that shit be for the birds. So when a man came along, and then it wasn't the fact so much of Kevin being Kevin. Let's just make this clear. What it was the things that he did or things that he said matched with what my grandfather and my brother had said. And I really listened to my brother and my grandfather. My grandfather is not here anymore. And my grandfather said on his last day, the last day we was together, he said, you make sure you find that man that I told you. You make sure you be that woman I told you to be. And
Amen.
when Kevin started saying some of the stuff, my ear would go like, my granddad said that. And then he'd be teaching me stuff. I'm like, my brother has said that. I look up to my brother. Me and my brother look just alike, and I look up to that man. When I need advice, I look up to my brother. When I don't know, I'm like, what I'm supposed to do? I look up to my brother, and he gives me good advice.
Amen.
So when
I got a
Kevin started
question.
lining up with what the men, it wasn't, and that's nothing. It wasn't my mama. I saw how my grandmother was, but it wasn't my grandmothers and my aunties and my mama and my sister. It was my grandfather and it was my brother that had me like, oh, they said that. That's what got me. That's
Okay.
what
A
got me.
question. I got
Right.
a question, Mrs. Jones. We hear Kevin this, Kevin that. But there are some flaws with Kevin. What are the things that you may not like that Kevin may do?
Okay,
She
wait a
wasn't gonna
second,
say
Mr.
them
John.
stuff. That was a question early on.
Right, right. I'm just about to
She
say
said
that.
she wasn't gonna say that to use
Yes, right,
against y'all.
right.
Well, it's not bad because she say I'm not romantic. I'm not
But you
romantic.
gotta let me tell
That's
it. You
what she
gotta let me
said.
tell it. You gotta let
Yeah,
me
Yeah,
yeah.
tell
let
it.
her
It was
tell her
Go ahead.
story. Mhm.
But that
again.
question was asked, okay?
It was next.
Okay.
Again, it's things that he don't like about me. It's things I don't like about him. I think being with each other, we have learned to accept and just let things be. Um, at first, I used to complain about him being romantic because, like I said, he's not the most romantic. But then, like I said, when you open up and you don't be so closed-minded, Kevin is romantic. It's just Kevin's romantic in his way. Because
Right.
I used to really complain, but if you notice, I haven't even said anything about you being romantic because I had to learn my husband. Just like my husband had to learn me, right? And it's always a teaching moment when you are married. It's always humbling. You know, you got to open up. You always have to be open minded. And he is romantic. Like, he does little things like he bought me the flowers or he'll buy me some shoes. I don't even be knowing. I don't even ask him, like, hey, baby, I got you this. Or he'll do little things like, hey, I bought you a couple outfits. And I don't even be asking. He be like, oh, let's go here and we going to do this. He's spontaneous. And that is romantic.
Yes,
I
it is.
have opened my eye. Like, we'll be somewhere and he'll be like, get up, get dressed, and we just like go walk down top, like by the water. We'll go to a park and walk together and do stuff like that. He is actually romantic. But when I said that in the beginning, again, I'm coming from, oh, you supposed to do this, oh, you supposed to do that, oh, you supposed to do this, oh, you
Yeah.
supposed to do that. He's
Yeah.
also romantic because I don't want for nothing. Nothing. Kevin will
Can,
give me money
I like
and
how
he
you
don't want
diverted from the
anything.
question, but I like that. I like that. Kevin, let her do it. Go ahead.
as control, the reason why I said this is very important because some women think um, with a Eurocentric mindset when it comes to romantic, and they may push a man away because his love language is not what they expected. And so, what I'm telling you is that you might miss out on something good because you have these expectations of romance until you
Mm.
give it time and understanding. Then you'll start seeing how romantic a person can be when they're fixing your car and you don't have to worry about paying a mechanic, when they're sending flowers to the house when you didn't expect. Because one time I sent flowers to the house and she thought somebody sent the flowers to the wrong house because she was like, my husband don't send me no flowers. So
I
she
sure
she
did.
was
I
go
was
she
like,
wasn't going she wasn't even go get the flowers because she didn't think that I said. I'm like, and then I come in the house and the baby playing with the balloon and the flowers that I'm like, so I was saying that for a reason. And plus, I did send in my beans, and I should be able to ask a question as
I'm
control.
messing with you. Don't jump me, okay? Do not jump me.
but
Oh,
yeah,
but
yeah.
that was a good question. And somebody put in the comments, yeah, learning right. You have to learn your husband's love language. And I think spontaneous is really good and healthy in relationships.
How was the relationship in the beginning? He spoiled me, took me to the most expensive restaurants, bought me clothes all the time. I did the same for him. We was together all the time. You know, of course, before the baby come, we did all type of things. He took me out of town every other damn weekend. We'd be sitting on the couch. I'd be calling my daughter here. He'd be like, hey, pack your bags. We going somewhere. You know, he's take me on shopping sprees. He did so. Kevin does it not like, you know, maybe not as much because, you know, Keith is very important. That's our brother. Very important. Right? He, you know, you can't, like I said, that's the part of being understanding. It's the part of being understanding, but Kevin always did stuff for me. Buy me jewelry, do this. You wanna go here? He took me to Columbus, he took me to
Miss Hawaii, you know
Michigan,
you up here?
he took me to comedy shows. It's nothing that man has not done for me. If I tell him I need this, if I say, that's really how it is. That's really, really how it is. I'm not trying to boast or make anybody feel no type of way. But I can only talk about what I'm going through, and I'm saying that's just how this man is to me.
All right. Okay. Well, that's
What are you missing right
Oh,
now?
that's a good question. That's a good question.
What am I missing? As far as what though? What do you mean, like what am I missing? You gotta elaborate a little bit. You can come up. Okay, maybe not. If you're asking like in totality, anything, what fills your cup? What fills my cup is God. What am I missing? Nothing. I'm not missing anything. I'm happy where I am. I'm satisfied. I'm pleased. I'm grateful. What am I missing? Nothing. I'm not missing nothing. Not nothing. It don't matter what we have and what we don't have. I'm not missing nothing. And that's just that.
Okay. All right, Kevin, you got any questions? Anyone else in the comments got any questions? Okay.
Throw a
I'm
question in
here.
there because I know that earlier you did say that you wanted a dog. Okay,
I,
can you paint us the picture of the type of dog? Big dog, little dog?
well,
What
because
type of
okay,
dog?
to be honest with you, I want a Saint Bernard or Old English Mastiff. I used to have a Mastiff. However, baby probably not gonna tend to a bigger dog. But I do want like a little teacup Yorkie or like a Shih Tzu or like I want a Bernedoodle. You know, something fun and friendly like canned corsos is
Come
something
up,
I like.
Kitty.
But canned
And then check
corsos are kind of expensive.
and then
So
Okay.
check your comment. Hey, Care Bear.
Hi, how y'all doing?
hi.
Hi. Good to see
Hi, I'm
you.
Jay.
Hi.
I have a question. What made you cut the grass?
Okay. What made me cut the grass? Me.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Okay. I like
Okay.
to cut the grass. Any person, whether you are a man
Mm-hmm.
or woman, female, male, whatever you are, if you own a
Mm-hmm.
home, you have to cut your grass. If you own a home, yeah, you should want to plant flowers. You should want to cut the bushes. Nothing made me. I wanted to
Okay.
do it because that's what I like to do.
Okay. That was just the questions I just wanted to ask.
Okay.
All right.
Because I'm allergic to grass and I ain't cutting no grass.
I'm
I'm
not
going to get
allergic.
down.
I actually love to be. I love my yard. I think actually I do my yard like I do my hair. I love
Okay.
to do. I think my yard is a reflection of my home. Once you see, you know, the once you see you will know how we are. I like to be groomed. That's from the yard to the head to the whatever it is.
Yeah.
I'm that type
Okay.
of person.
I
All
love my
right.
yard
You
and my
have a good
flowers.
day. Well,
Yeah.
You
y'all have
too,
a good
baby.
day.
You
Bye-bye.
Thank you,
too.
Care. Thank you, Care Bear. Thank you. Okay. Could you read your message in your
Okay.
inbox? Okay. There's a
It said, make a comment, burn your grapes. Or
okay.
I I don't know. What do you want me to say? I mean,
No, I wanted to ask you, did you, is that okay with you? Would you mind, would you like to give a word of encouragement in that area? I didn't know if that's something that you want to touch on.
as far as like tending to your yard,
No, the question that I just put in is the premium question I just sent you.
I don't understand your question. You gotta elaborate a little bit.
Okay, so
You gotta give it to me another way.
use the okay, because of words, we can't use certain words. So I use the other word because we can't say that word. So take
Just playing.
Okay, guys. Thank you guys so much for all the gifts and everything. We're gonna be wrapping it up in a few minutes. I just want to see
Do I
if
have
she
a
wanted to,
grill area?
huh?
Somebody said, "Do I have a grill area?" I don't have a grill area, but I do grill. I got a barbecue back there. I'm old school with it too. I think I know how to barbecue very well. Um, no, I'm not gonna comment.
Okay, you know what I'm talking about now?
I think so. I'm not gonna
Okay,
comment.
okay, okay. Yeah, I didn't want to just put that question out there because that's yeah. Well, you know me. I'm not, you know.
Afraid of any questions. Nothing that is said. It don't matter how it's put, how it's arranged. I'm a down to earth person.
Okay, but
I'm
you don't
not
want to.
nothing all
Okay,
whoopty
but that
doop.
question that I just sent you, you want to answer that question?
That's it.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. I'm a little uncomfortable, but okay. Um, you,
Ask.
okay. Well, you remember this is gonna be the last question too, and then you can give us some words of encouragement on this area. So,
Thank you.
when it came out that they thought that Kevin had said something about the grape, and he said to with his mom, like, how could she come out and say something like that because of that?
Oh, talk about that.
Yes,
I thought you were talking about something else.
I know. I was trying
With
to.
her coming out and saying that happened,
Yes.
how do I feel about it?
I know. Yeah. What were your emotions? Because that's a very emotional thing. And for,
So, so everybody know it. I never talked about it. Okay. I never talked about being R-worded. Never. Um, I just I had confided in her because that's what she was talking about earlier, like getting to know your mother-in-law. I confided in her. And for her to say that, it did hurt me.
yeah.
I'm not gonna lie to you. Because I hadn't even told my family. Only my mama knew. I didn't tell anybody. I didn't want anybody to judge me about what I went through. So I kept it right here. I told my husband, but I never told nobody. So when you come on here, you got all these people, a million people, and she's like, yeah, she was this. I was disappointed. I was hurt, but hurt people, right? So because hurt people, she wants to hurt somebody. And if I was that person, I guess she got her shot. But it was definitely just disappointment. That's all. I don't judge her for it. At that time, I was a little upset, angry. I probably was cussing, and and I was like, Kevin, and because I never said anything.
Mm-hmm.
And that was
Right.
totally disrespectful too. And that's one of the things that really upset me is that how far my mom had gone. And I don't think people really understand that. It's so frustrating to deal with something like that
Right.
privately, and then her family don't know anything about it, and then you come out here and say it. I was furious. You know what I'm saying? And it just I don't know what was the intention behind it, but I know
Right.
it was malicious and it was totally disrespectful and something that people need to take in consideration when they see me come out here and speak against the things that she's doing. And I have not yet revealed a lot of the things that she has dealt with either. So, but I took it very offensive that she did that. Uh, it was terrible.
Okay.
I
Right.
mean, you know, it is what it is, but that's why you guys have to understand when we say, and even now, to be honest, I don't hold it against her. I actually forgive her. I do.
Amen. Amen.
I forgive you,
Praise
for it.
God.
I do.
Praise God.
Because I don't want to hold. I don't want to be holding anything against anybody, because God don't hold nothing against me, and that's something that I'm learning to embrace. Forgiveness
Right.
is not for the person; it's for yourself.
Amen. That's
And
right.
the Bible says that if you want God to forgive you, you have to forgive others.
Right.
Maybe not in those technical words, but you know what I mean if you read the word.
Right.
So actually, I do. I forgive you. I forgive everybody who has ever done anything to me. I don't hold nothing to you. I forgive you, and I let it go, just like that.
Right. Okay, well, yeah. So, I hope the person that asked that, I hope that you got your answer, to that question, that she forgives Miss Regina. She said it here, that she forgives Miss Regina for, releasing that, which was, like you said, it was disrespectful, but, I hurt, hurt people do hurt, unfortunately, but we are praying for her in every way possible that that it comes around and that hopefully she gets what she needs from family, you know what I'm saying, in the long run. Well, we're gonna wrap it up. I thank you so much for allowing me to sit down and talk with you on a whole different spectrum. It was truly a blessing, and we thank everyone that gifted. Thank the admin. Thank you so much, everyone. All right. Until we
I
meet
personally
again.
would like to thank y'all too. I thank you guys. I'm very heavy on the gratitude. Very thankful. Miss Glam, I only really trusted you because I normally talk to you in the morning. I try to get you in the morning. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Like, I'm very humble. And again, y'all, for the ones that don't have the husband, maybe I can share something with you and you can get you one. You can get you one. I'm so serious. Maybe it's something, because sometimes, like, I really don't like to tell people things, but maybe somebody can learn from me or learn from my story. Not saying that, I'm above anybody, but maybe it's something that I did do that could help another woman.
You were
You know,
persistent. He said you
I
were
was.
persistent.
I sure was, and I didn't stop. He was my husband for sure.
So that was a blessing, and you went in with your hands to the plow. We say, whatever your hands find to do, put them to the plow. You know what I'm saying?
I don't
So
care
she
what
went
he
in.
thought. If we together now, I don't care if he said I was stalking him. So what? I didn't stalk you. I saw you on Facebook, and I messaged. And then when you said you can come over, it was up from that point because I wasn't going nowhere. Hey,
Right.
Sister
I know
Gary.
that's right. Right. I know that's right. Look, I love a good ending. You know what I'm saying? I love a good ending. So hey, and I think
Why was you nervous? Big Mama talking about something. Why was you nervous for me? Y'all thought I was gonna be afraid? Did y'all think I was gonna be evil spirited or something? Don't be scared for me.
well, Big Mama, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe she would have been. I don't know if it was me and her. You know, you think? I don't know. What you think, Mrs. J?
Um, I'm not. I mean, Kevin already warned me about how people are gonna be, and like I said, if you go in the devil's part of the, if you go in his playground, you got to deal with what's over there. Regardless if somebody come up here evil, they come up here, and I just said, all right, have a
Yeah,
good one.
I
You don't
think
have to be.
well, I
Yeah.
think she's talking about like the interview because you don't seem nervous at all. I mean, you just
Nervous? I'm not nervous. I mean, I'm not nervous at all. I'm not nervous. You good people. You down to earth. I talk to you what they call it on the back end. You got my personal number, so I mean, I'm comfortable with people. I'm more comfortable with, yeah, but probably somebody I didn't know I may would have been nervous. And you had some very good questions, so I was cool.
okay. All right. All right. Well, we're gonna wrap it up, guys. We are definitely gonna wrap it up because I do come on every morning at 6 a.m. every morning, and we do have the uncensored with the glam. Okay, I do also a show called Love After Lockup. We got a woman coming on that has been had been incarcerated for 12 years. So she's going to give us her story, in and out. So that's what I started doing, just talking to people, ministering to people. We have our worship in the morning. However, the spirit leads me to do my show in the morning, pretty much, that's how we go with it, and you have there's more and more people coming in, how they do, they put me in their ear and they listen to the show, as they get ready for work or as they, go. You got something? Go ahead, because I didn't see the comments. Go ahead, Glam. Eastern. Yeah, I'm on Eastern. Hey, like, no. Yeah, we're on
Okay.
Eastern. Yeah, we are Eastern Standard Time. Yeah, guys. So also, yeah, follow me on here. Follow me on YT at Coach Glam, 8TT at Coach Glam. Okay. IG is uncensored with the glam. Okay, uncensored with the glam. All right. So that's about it, guys. I guess we done. I don't know who this is up here in the box.
Right, they just chilling.
Well, they might be taking pictures. They might be doing something they got no
I
business
wasn't
doing
trying
up
to
here.
get up here, y'all. I was not.
You got something to say, Edge? Okay. All right. Yeah. Okay. And Flower, I didn't even see you where you said you would have added me and you would have done it because I was looking for people. Yeah, to kind of help us govern them comments down there. Okay.
Wasn't
All
that
right.
bad. I mean, you had a couple people trying to say a couple things, but
It wasn't bad.
I mean, everybody on here was very kind. Nobody was really rude and crazy acting. And I really appreciate everyone being kind. You always gonna have one, two, maybe a few, but that's about it, y'all.
Yeah.
But very much
Yeah.
so, everybody was very sweet, very kind, very good questions. Like I said, you had to one, two, skip a few, but other than that, thank you.
You know what I loved about this interview is that you guys, even when the negative comments came through, it didn't change the tone in the room. It didn't the interview kept on going. It didn't interrupt what was going on. I really appreciate that. And I think somebody said it in the comments. We need more graceful lives like this, more peaceful where all information is heard. We need more rooms like this on Bigo. Okay. So we could have more happy spaces to go into versus we don't know. We got to put our boxing gloves on and strap our shoes tight. We
Well,
need, we need.
you don't never. With me, I'm not gonna be doing that. Anytime, if y'all live, I follow all y'all. So if y'all live, I look to see if y'all live. I'm gonna come over there because we locked in. Ain't no switching
Yes,
up.
we locked
Once we
in.
locked in, ain't no
This
switching up.
us. Okay.
Right.
Period.
Right. Right. And like I said, I think I've said that I dare. How my grandsons or somebody go on YT, and my little grandson, 7 years old, girl, he be all on YT. I can see him now. Grandma, I saw you on I saw you on Grandma, what would you say?
Hey, beautiful.
Hey, yeah. Okay, who is this up in box 2?
Hey, box 2. I don't know. Maybe it was a
I think she
mistake.
got up here by accident.
Okay, yeah, she been in the comments a while.
She said, I'm trying
Oh,
to get down.
yeah, they was trying to get down.
Oh,
They
they
get up there
trying
and
to get
get
down.
stuck.
Well,
All
y'all
right,
see
yeah.
me
Yes.
in the flesh.
Huh?
This is me in the flesh. So now, ain't no switching up. Ain't no switching up. Period. Ain't no
Right. And
switching.
then thank you, Miss
Yeah.
Brown. And then you know what else too? Yeah, and I'm gonna say it again. I'm gonna say it for the window watchers and everyone. I don't have anyone blocked. So anyone could have came in my room and asked any question that they had.
Yep.
Okay. And I don't have no ops. Okay. All right.
Right.
So you could have came in here and asked whatever you wanted to ask, as long as it was respectful and with courtesy and all of that. It says none of them do. Oh, have any a big mama? It's in their heads. Right. Right. Exactly. Come on. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, but now, but as they say, now don't send for me now. You know what I'm saying? Don't get to doing all that kind of stuff, because I'll get nice and what they say, give you a holy whooping. I'll go there with you, but I take it to a whole different level.
Okay, now.
All right, I'm gonna let you go. All right, I said it 10 times. I'm closing out, y'all. Grace and peace to you guys. See you tomorrow
Bye.
morning at 6 a.m. Eastern Standard
I'll be
Time,
up there.
guys.
I'll be up
All
there.
right, bye, Mrs. J.
Bye.
They jumping up here. Okay. All right, Ed, you still in here? Okay, so I don't know who this is up here. Thank you. I appreciate y'all. Thank you so much. Yeah, I appreciate y'all. Appreciate all the help and everything. Yeah, appreciate you guys. Thank you, Go. Thank you. All right, y'all give me a second. I gotta get my stuff together. Read your question. Where's it at? Oh, where's it at? I don't see it, Flower. Hey, Mrs. Kool-Aid. Oh, look at Edge. Come on up here, Ed. Are we doing an after show? Scroll up.
I don't know
Where's
what
it
we
at?
doing after show, period. Now we can kick it.
Glam, what are you hoping to come from this? Well, I was hoping I wanted to introduce I wanted to introduce her as who she is. Okay, separate from everything else. You know what I'm saying? Um, a couple of people did get a couple of sneak interviews in because she didn't know. You know what I'm saying? And some questions got twisted and turned. Even though it wasn't for explanation, you know what I'm saying? It was for to introduce who she is as a woman, as a mother, as a woman of well, being a wife of an Israelite is a little different, and a lot of times people criticize what they don't know about, instead of just asking, you know. And I believe, I believe that she hit everything pretty much, because it wasn't a messy interview. You know what I'm saying? Some people might say it's a bad interview because it wasn't messy, but we don't do we don't do the mess.
Right. And she is not part of the mess. People pulled her
Right.
into that stuff. They pulled her into their evil, wicked deeds of how they play Bigo, so I think another reason why this was done is because in order to play the game of Bigo, she had to speak for herself. And
Right.
we know that Bigo like to hear it from the person's mouth versus hearing what everybody else is saying. So who could tell who she is better than her?
Right. Right. Who
Because
can,
we can
yeah,
all
who
assume, we could fill
exactly.
in our own blanks, we could build our own narratives, but most of the time, if you ain't sat down and had a conversation with the person, it's all fake and from what you get from pictures.
Right. Right. And then that person that, did that line with her, um, because she's so authentic, it was like, okay, whatever, but today she got a chance to really, tell who she is.
Mhm.
Yes, she did 1208. Yes, absolutely.
Yes. Yeah. And we got to see, like, I think real love, and I think for women out here, if you're a single woman or even an attached woman in a relationship that you feel like you could do better in, because sometimes, like I keep saying, we become those passive partners in our relationship. We're just settling for best, we're just hoping that this person change or whatever. So I think we really got to see what real love could look like. Like, it still exists in the Black community, in the Black home, no matter what negative notions that people then put on their relationship.
Oh yeah, she's very pretty. Yeah, she's not. Yeah, she's not. And and I like the fact that like she said, she does her own nails, and she does it. And I got pictures. She sent me some pictures of her work. I don't even know if I can put it in here because she sent it to me, and I tell you, they're really, 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 really good. Just like if you would go to a shop, but who's to say, and if y'all notice, we need more Afro-American shops. Remember, y'all, we used to go get our nails did, but now the Koreans have just taken over. And I didn't even go back and get my nails did. I'm taking them off because I said I'm gonna soak this stuff off for a second. I paid $168 the last time I went.
Yeah, it's expensive. It's expensive to keep up girl maintenance. And if you know how to
Yes,
turn your own pretty on, like she say she do hair, lashes, nails, you know how to turn your pretty on. To me, that's the best. And when because I know how to I do my own hair and nails and stuff, and you go into meditation when you doing those things, so you doing some self-cleansing at those times
yeah.
too.
And I'm gonna tell you, I bought me one of them foot soakers. I bought me one of them foot soakers, and so I went on ahead and ordered the little scrubber and the rub. Then I ordered me an electric one. So I
Okay.
said, you know what? When I'm sitting here watching me a movie, soak my feet. Just soak my feet.
Self-maintenance.
Because
Yeah.
I'm telling y'all, that shocked me when I got up to that register, and that man said that. And then they were so bougie, they had the what do you call you braided hair right now? I know that's right, Flower. What do you call it when they put the tip already in it?
The gratuity.
Yes. They already had I was like, oh my God. So that took it up past the 168. I said, oh no, 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 no.
Well, Ronnie Love, you need to follow Miss Glam here because we go live every morning at 6 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. And it be Black women over here representing, sharing ideas. We throw Bible verses in there because I feel everything that we go through in life is reference to a Bible verse. So we do throw those up in there. We have our little praise moments. Sister Girl be over here throw in a song. We have a good time over here in the mornings.
Yep. Hey Sonia, good morning. Welcome back. Yes, we do. So y'all make sure y'all follow. And also I'm an agency owner too, guys. I am an agency owner here on Bigo. So if you're wait a second, my phone. Yeah, if you're interested in learning a little bit more about Bigo, before you become a host, just let me know, and I can let you know. I made a basic sheet. So basically it's like the basics of Bigo. What you need to know when you first coming in the gate, and then let you know if it's something you can do, something if you can't do, because I don't need hosts just sitting on my roster. Some people do that. They'll have hosts and they'll just have them sitting there. You
That's to
know,
sign up, baby. Mm-hmm.
exactly. So, but I don't need that. I want, if somebody really needs to come on here, really needs to make a couple of extra dollars, hey, I'm gonna be there for you so you can succeed. You know, Simple as that. Oh God, what have I done? Oh, I didn't pull it out because I'm like, why is my phone not charging? Okay. Yeah, but I was hoping it went okay. Now I'm the one that was a little nervous.
You was. What was you nervous about, Miss Glam?
Um, well, you know how that ain't a good interview. She didn't do good. She didn't ask this. She didn't ask that. Um, but going back to what I said was that a lot of questions that somebody messy would have probably asked, I'm not gonna ask because it was irrelevant.
Right. Right.
It was
Yeah. And it stayed with the theme. The theme was, who is Mrs. John, Mrs. J. So I think you stayed with the theme.
mm-hmm. Right. Because I
I think
wasn't
it was really nice.
yeah, because I definitely wasn't trying to gag her, as they say, gag her. That's why when that person sent that question about what the mother-in-law had did, uh, it says true, but your questions was appropriate and respectful. Exactly. Thank
Yeah.
you. Thank you. And that's what I wanted to give respect, and not to gag her or ask questions. You know what I'm saying? That will
Yeah, just be
have me and
disrespectful,
her up
like
here
you don't
thinking.
care for her. Because
Right.
you got to understand, like, y'all have a relationship. Y'all have built a little relationship. You know what I'm saying? Because she
Mhm.
comes to your live every day. So it was nothing but respect.
Right. And I wasn't gonna get her up here, and throw a sidebar. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
And I definitely really wanted people to understand the Israelites, and how that works. They are married. You know what I'm saying? And you can't put married folks that's not married on your life on your insurance.
Your insurance, right. Yeah.
So and like I said, a lot of times people, what they don't understand, they criticize because they don't understand it. Then people quick to say that's not true. Well, how do you know it's not true if you don't know anything about it?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You know,
Yeah. Because I
and
dated
that's
an Israelite man, and they are very disciplined. And in their way of life, they are very disciplined. And I commend them for that discipline.
mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Mm.
And they, like I said, the majority of them, like she said, she can only speak for her and their, Israelite marriage,
Mhm.
but there is a ceremony, like I said, that takes place. There's a certificate. Are they controlling? No, they
Not
not. Well, I can say no,
necessarily
they're not either.
controlling, but they structured. So if you're not ready for that structure, because they like their leaders. Hmm.
Okay, because I used that. I used that the other day. People. People that's not used to structure would say that a person is controlling. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? They would say this person is so controlling. No, they just like things done in decent and in order. You know what I'm saying? And Israelites, and to be an Israelite woman, you have to be able to control your controllables. You have to be you have to be able to um submit. And like I said earlier, it's a two, the men submit as well.
Mm-hmm.
They submit as well, you know. I'm scared. I'm entertaining one now. What, an Israelite or a Muslim? There's a book out there. I said this before. It's called What's the Difference? A Israelite. Oh, don't be scared. Oh
Don't
no.
be scared. If you are open, like how Mrs. J said something earlier, that when she met him, she was teachable. You know what I'm saying? So you have to be teachable. Don't be closed minded. You have to definitely go in with an open mind and be teachable.
Another thing she said that was really important. Okay, because I'm an Israelite. Another thing she said that was very important was that she had already been in church. So she already had some structure. Okay. Her mom is a pastor.
Right.
Okay. Okay. I don't want to fail. Well, you know what? You won't. Just stay in read your word too. You know, read your word. I do talk about the Proverbs woman over here a lot. I do talk about staying in position, you know, as a woman, as a lady, you know, stand in position. You know, sometimes we can get out of position. And what I mean by that, I mean as a lady, as the woman that God has called you to be. So many times we can get out of position. Our posture.
And I think that's appropriate in all religions, you know, not just because you are dating or entertaining an Israelite. If you were dating a man of faith, period, you know, you have to know your position. You want to, because if that's the man you want to date, because if you want to stay with the wretched kind, then don't mess up this man of faith with your wretched behavior. You know what I'm saying? I feel like you go into that situation already with the corrected mindset.
Well, I'm going to say this for that. For me to date a man to say he's a Christian, I would be very leery. I'm going to be honest. I'm going to be honest. And I'm going to say that because that word is used so much. But I just don't think I could go back to that. You know what I'm saying? You know, well, people that come over here know, you know, anyway, I don't want to get into that. But I just don't believe that I could go back to that. You know what I'm saying? I remember when I was in church and I was preaching and God was giving me things, you know, spiritually. And I would say, you know, wait a minute, you know, and I would be like, well, wait a second. You know, God said, you know, wait a minute. Da, da, da. And I would go to my pastor and I would say, well, why is this? And it was so profound. She was teaching us like Israelites. That's how she was actually teaching us. But she didn't really go deep into it because it really wasn't, you know, they like, no, we don't, all of that's under the blood. You know, all of that's under with Jesus. Okay, but Jesus was a Jew. So do you have to become a spiritual Jew? That's the question. Do you have to become a spiritual Jew? So if you're born again, if you are a born again Christian, then what are you? What are you? If you're saying that Jesus has washed you with the blood of the Lamb, I'm a new creature in him. then what are you?
Well, then you would be a Jewish because then that Jesus was a Jewish man.
They
You know, because I know when he was born, they was going through like one of them Holocaust seasons where his parents was getting counted and they had to leave. You know what I'm saying?
right,
So yeah.
right. So people say I'm born again. I'm just a Christian. Okay, well that's a broad. That's so broad. You know,
Mhm.
well, what's your faith? Well, I'm just spiritual. But you practice we had this conversation earlier, but you practice religious traditions and rituals.
Mhm.
Remember we were talking about that earlier?
Yeah, yeah,
So a
yeah.
lot of people just go with the flow. They don't do the research to say, well, why is it Easter? Why are they putting these eggs out for these kids to go rambling in the grass looking for eggs? You know what I'm saying? Why?
Mhm.
Why they got this big old Christmas tree up, which was part of the pagan holiday? That ain't got nothing to do with Jesus. If you want to say that, it ain't got nothing to do with Jesus. They was getting drunk that day. Constantine was having a party that day. They were getting toe up from the flow up. You know what I'm saying? So we have to research on why we do certain things, because when you celebrate something, that means you are in agreement. I agree with this. I celebrate this, And when my son came in here today, they don't really go all out for me, for stuff like that. He says we don't celebrate all that mess as Muslims. No, we don't celebrate that either. I don't get into all of that stuff either. Yeah. I know Muslims don't. Yeah, and Israelites don't. They don't either. The only thing Israelites celebrate is what God says in the Bible to keep. That's it. That's it. They don't celebrate anything else. Only what God has said to keep. Oh Jesus.
Which holidays? Which days? Do you know any?
Yeah, the Passover,
Only
right, the feast.
the
That's it.
feast days in the book.
Only the
Okay.
feast. Yeah, I'm gonna follow you.
Well,
Yeah, yeah, only the feast. Yep, that's
right.
it. And those are the only ones. And it's like if you go to church, and don't get me wrong, I say this respectfully. Okay, I don't want to disrespect anyone. But if you go to ministry, go to church, and you go in there and they got pastoral day, we taking up everybody got to give $1,000 to the pastoral anniversary. Ain't nothing about that in no Bible. Ain't nothing about no pastoral anniversary. Now, if you want to just give me something for the foundation, for me being a pastor, that's fine, but don't make that no obligation to people and have people feeling bad because they don't have $1,000 to give you for your anniversary. Then you put them on a payment plan for it. The devil is alive.
It's a it's a lot. And it's a lot of that going on in these small black churches. You would be so surprised how much of that's going on in these small black churches. These church members living on a fixed income, most of them. And you want to celebrate not just the pastor anniversary, you want to celebrate y'all marriage anniversary, y'all birthdays, you and your wife's birthday. You want to celebrate your mama, the first lady get her days. You know
Yeah,
what I'm
because
saying? If you got kids, the kids get their days. You know what I'm saying? You mentioned in every good A or B report card that you got, like you dry begging. It's a lot of that. They taking not even ATMs, yo. They taking CAs. They taking CAs in these churches. So that I cash app in the brochure. The cash app is on the last page in the brochure they give you when you walk in. I say,
Right.
CAs. I was so appalled. Like y'all gonna take it high whatever which way I got it up.
I mean, yeah. Like you said, it's CAs, and I remember I preached my last. I flew to Detroit. I was living here, and I flew to Detroit for a conference, and I was like, it just didn't sit right with my spirit, And I had been feeling some kind of way that this was just. It was just. I felt like there was more to God than what I was getting. you know,
Mhm.
and I felt like my mouth was being muzzled because God was giving me things, but I would just discern. I can't say that in here. They're not gonna agree with that. And so I preached that service, and I told her, I said, you probably won't have me back after this, because I said what God told me to say,
Mhm.
and you know. I just, and I talked to her afterwards, and she said, "No, daughter, you did good. You followed what God told you to say." She said, "I always knew, that you walked close to God. So I'm not." She said, "I know if God." She said, "If you said it, God gave it to you." And I said, "Yeah, He did." And I said it. I went to talking about zodiac. Girl, I'll never forget that because that was my last time preaching and a ministry. That was it. Yep, that was it. But it was an experience. But I'm glad I had it. I'm so glad I had it. So I said that to say, so for me to date a man of faith, he would have to. We would have to believe. We would have to believe. I would have to believe like he believed, and he would have to believe like I believe.
Okay. And are you willing to change your belief, or are you stuck in this in this thing? Are you stuck in your current faith?
Change it to what?
I don't know. I don't know. Let's say you met a man tomorrow that you felt that mentally, physically, emotionally fit your standard of way, but he was Catholic.
No.
Okay.
Nope. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Because you know what, this has been it had been in my spirit for a long time, but God just kept, I set up under different tutelages, and I got a little bit more each time. I got a little bit more, and I'm like, oh, I knew that's why that was that. You know, oh, I knew that was this. You know what I'm saying? Even talking about the map today, where Africa is at, where Ethiopia is at. Just those different things. Even going back to when my pastor used to tell us, you're spiritual Jews. She used to tell us that you are a spiritual Jew. You've been born again. Jesus. If you're going back, to say that you've been born, you've been washed by the blood. You are a Jew.
Mhm.
So no, that's that, and I believe that I am one of the chosen ones. I believe that we are the chosen people. He said, "Until my people, are called by my name, will get." We're the only ones that's still scattered. Oh, same question for you, Edge.
Um, I don't know, because I'm really not grounded in a faith. I'm really not grounded. I'm more open minded. I read the Quran when I feel like I need a message from there. I read the Holy Bible when I feel like I need a message from there. And I kind of rely on some of the spiritual healing and stuff as well. So I'm really not grounded in the faith. I haven't got grounded yet. And I sit with, a few Israelites over here, we go like so, but I'm really not, I agree with yeah, I'm open. I'm open. I know I wouldn't probably date a super spiritual man. Like I wouldn't date a pastor, or like the deacon is in my inbox, been in my inbox for 5 years. I wouldn't date the deacon in my church. Even though he's a single man, nice looking, he's the pastor, best friend since childhood. I've been knowing him for a long time, but I wouldn't date him. What you mean, personal question? Go ahead. No, I am strictly dickly. Like I love men so much. Like I'm boy crazy. I'm boy crazy. Like I don't really get into my personal business over here, but I am so boy crazy. Mm-mm. Now I have had 2 women friends that told me that they were attracted to me, and I stepped away from even the friendship because I can't be friends with a woman that I can't take my pants off in front of, and you know what I'm saying? Because I got 6 sisters, so and we brazen women around each other. I did tell my mama I was gay like 3 years ago to see what she was gonna say though.
Girl, stop it.
I did. I played with the idea. I definitely did. I called my mama crying and everything, y'all. I had really put on the act. I told I should have recorded it, but I really put on the act. Like maybe 3 or 4 years ago. Yep, I was like, Mama, I'm gay. And, I didn't know how to tell you all these years. I've been dating a woman. And she was like, girl, when? Girl, who?
Right.
And I was like, well, Adrian is a woman. Now, Adrian is my best friend. I'm like, Adrian, that's really a girl. Yeah, she didn't buy it at all.
Right.
She did not buy it. She was like, girl, I didn't hear a whole conversation because they never met in person, but they could talk over the phone. She's like, I didn't talk to that man over the phone, girl. Shut up. Mm-mm.
Well, I'm so glad everything went good. We had good
Yes, I
admin.
think it was a perfect interview.
Oh,
Yeah.
we had our admins in there and everybody.
Got him right on out.
Yes. Now that big mama, was that Eb?
That was Eb. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah,
Cause they was
Ebby May was here the whole time, and Lady B here was here the whole time, and I like their feedback just because those are 2 people that I have seen do interviews on here.
yes,
You know what I'm
yes.
saying? So for both of them to give you your props or whatever, and they do interviews.
Oh, Eb did too. I didn't see Eb's.
Yeah, Eb, that's how she started out doing interviews and stuff. Yeah.
No, I'm saying she made a comment in the comments over here.
Yeah, she was in your comments all day. That
I
was
didn't
Big
know.
Mama.
But see, I didn't know that was her, Big Mama.
Yeah, Big Mama was Ebony May.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw whoever that was. I was like, whoever that was, they tearing them comments up. They is
That was
on.
her the whole time.
Because I really try not to pay no attention to the comments and what they saying. You know, I be,
Um,
I be thinking like the admin to get them, mute them, or do whatever. It's how I be looking at it. That I don't want. I'm not gonna be going back and forth arguing. You know what? I'm like, but every time I look down,
right, she was down there fighting, right.
she sure was. I was like, who is this?
Yes, she
So
did.
sure was. Yeah, and old Care Bear came in. It was a blessing to see her.
With her little messy question too. I did ask a messy question, but I like how she retold that story. Right. Clear that up. Because people be all in y'all business.
Oh, for real? Okay.
Yep, she did. Yep, Eb
Okay.
used to do a lot of interviews back in the day.
Okay. Yeah, I used to watch Eb all the time. I would go sit right in her window. A lot of nights, honey, I sat right there and fell asleep. A lot of nights. I sat right there in her window and fell asleep. But yeah, Edge, she had told that story like, 2 or 3 times.
I know.
About Yeah, she had told that because me and her talked about that, and since she had cleared it up, da 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 da, but it was okay. She handled it, like she said she was ready for the smoke.
Right.
she was she was like, no, 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 no. We separated. He went his way. He went off to the military. But ain't that something to come back and the man single?
Yeah, you heard me. I'm like, that is hope. That is hope right there. So don't be passing up your childhood sweetheart or whatever that you keep running into. Like, why I keep running into this one? Like, maybe that's your husband you keep passing on
Right.
back.
Right. To come back and the man is still to come back and the man's still single.
The man's still single, yes.
I saw somebody put in the comments, they said a professional interview.
That just told me about my situation right now. But I don't think I'm done with my whole stage for real. Like, to be honest, I don't think I'm done being single.
You going to Home Depot tomorrow? What you got to get?
Girl,
Oh, you gonna be
man,
looking
she
for a
finna
man?
find her man at Home Depot.
Look, I need to go to Home Depot. Listen, I need to be right there with you in Home Depots and Lowe's.
She's like, man, oh my God.
Girl, we need to take one of those trips. Y'all got to watch this movie. It's called the Thick Trip. They all met their husbands on the Thick Trip.
Mm-mm.
It was a good movie. I didn't think I was gonna like it. I thought it was silly comedy or something like that. But when I watched it, hey sister girl, oh, all these lights on in here. Jesus. Yeah, I'm going to Home Depot with you. Yep, I'm going to Home Depot too. You can come up if you want to, sister girl. I don't know if she.
Mm.
Oh, well, we have met Mrs. J. And like we said, anybody that get to talking or whatever, now I saw Big Mama say, yeah, they scared. Big Mama say they
Yeah,
scared.
nobody was coming up. And then the couple that did come over, they look ignorant ass questions. Like, what? Make it make sense.
And like I said, I ain't got nobody blocked. So anybody could have came in and asked whatever it was they want to ask.
Right. But they was in the window because you had 21 window watchers at one time.
Really? They was in the window.
It probably went up after that.
You think you think that lady was over there listening? Now somebody I heard somebody say, I think Big Mama said that. She said, get all them Tomcats out of here. See, we probably don't know who all them people is.
Right? We don't know. Because we don't really have a troll comment. So I was like, wait, what? Who? I had to stroll up and look like who?
Oh, you saw that comment?
Yeah. Because I still didn't see who they was talking about. But then I saw when you had made somebody admin, and they started kicking when they was walking in. So I was like, oh, okay, you taking care of them.
Yeah, because I didn't know who them people. Look,
me neither.
They don't usually come over here because I didn't know who they was. They was like, get on them out of here. I'm like, who?
It was a really good interview. Really good interview.
Well, I know you would tell me. You would definitely.
No, I would definitely tell you, girl. It was a good interview. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't even know what could have been asked that wasn't asked. You know what I'm saying? Because it was an introduction to her. We got to see her. We got to see her fun, bubbly personality. We got to hear about her love and, you know, how this is the man that woke this up in her.
Right. And like she said, he was supposed to have been gone somewhere. He's sitting right here. He wasn't going nowhere and got his baby up there.
Girl wasn't going nowhere. Then he come back like, baby, and me and Swati.
Right.
So he wasn't gonna let none of that shit fly. Shit.
Yeah, because they don't usually be over here. So we don't know who they are like that. Yeah, but it was
right. You heard me tell him back, Kevin, this is not your interview. Shoot.
And you heard what he told you.
Yeah, I heard him.
He said, right, but he said he gave his beans too. He can ask a question. Right. So, but I gave my beans too, Edge. I can ask a question. Okay, all right. Because who was that? Somebody, I guess that was Big Mama, said, don't ask no question if you ain't gave no beans or something. She said. I said, yep. I said, you right. What you say? That's structured. Yeah, right. Yep.
Yeah.
Right.
But we want to be protected as women. You know, we don't want our man to make us feel like we got to protect them and us. You know what I'm saying? We want to be protected in our relationships.
Right. That's that structure.
Yeah, and all women can't handle that, because if you one of them masculine women that's used to protecting yourself, when your man step up for you, you're gonna be all in front of him in his face. So now he gotta take you to safety, and you know what I'm saying, and you can get your man hurt like that.
I got it. Look, I got it. Step back, boo.
Yeah.
Step back, boo. Nah, baby.
Yeah, you gotta know when to shut up. You a woman. Wear your dainty shoes around your man, and he should make you feel like that.
Nah, baby, I got it. Move, move, move. I got it. Let me knock her out. Let me knock him out.
Right, and he trying to de-escalate, and you over here all right. Girl, shut up.
Right.
Hey, Mrs. J, welcome back.
Miss J.
Love you too.
And that's how some people are, though, girl. They be like, oh, shoot. You be like, who the man?
Who the man? Yes. And like you have to know, like if you looking for a real relationship and you're approached by a real man, it's gonna automatically, because we all know how to act, we all know how to turn our lady side on, but you have to learn how to embrace that a little more. Let him lead, let him be your man.
Mm-hmm. No, they want to be the man, honey.
Because you can't want that and then you get it and then you mistreat or abuse the situation. Because sometimes you can abuse the situation by, like, lack of a better term, like bitching your man out. Like, here you go with that loud, sit your motherfucking ass down. Shut up. Why you talking? I never want to had that type of energy with my man. Why? Like, why? Like, he not no puppy. Oh yeah, find you somebody that can protect you. What you over there doing, Miss Glam? Because I know you got, I got you over here on the after show.
Ooh, I'm back. I'm hungry. Ooh. Y'all welcome to stay for the after party. For about, I'm gonna be knocked out. Oh, I gotta take my medicine. I didn't took my medicine. I didn't take it because I would have been asleep.
Okay.
What?
Well, she gonna take her medicine. She gonna kick us out the door. Klaus is gonna be closed down.
Girl, if I had took it, I would have been asleep. What's happening in the Beagle streets? Probably
I
the
don't
same.
know. I haven't really been on here like that. So I don't know what's been going on, who been going on. I did see a TT of 21 and her husband, so they back together.
Girl, I saw that, but I couldn't stop looking at that man's mouth.
What's wrong with his mouth, girl? Because I wasn't paying no attention.
Girl, go back and look, girl.
At the video?
Girl, yes, that boy mouth.
Oh, he got goals. I really never paid attention to his mouth.
That gold make your mouth look messed up to me. That gold ain't good. Mm-mm.
But I think them clip-ins, I don't think them his real gold teeth. Because I don't remember him having no gold. You know what? I don't look at people's mouth. I look at the nose.
Girl, I look at their mouth.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna say this. I don't want him to mess up his career trying to be Beagle famous. Okay? Because the boy can sing. You need to be doing something constructive instead of getting drunk every day. He not doing shit. That's all.
But
Yeah.
Didn't they say he got a farm?
They say he got a farm. He said that in the vows or something. So he can't have my farm. So is 21 on the farm or did he come to her? See, I don't know because I watched it on TT. Is she down there at his house?
Is she down there? Flower?
Mm.
Is she there where he's at? I think so.
Oh wow. He goes to her, but they in ATL right now. Okay, they in ATL. So are they supposed to be like on the Messy Mod show?
Oh, yeah, maybe that's it.
'Cause I know that was supposed to be happening. Oh, but she left. Okay.
That boy, that boy probably can't take 21 home.
Mm-mm. No, he probably can't. Imagine that.
He can't take that. Oh, girl, no, he can't take her home. They'd be like, where did you find that at? You know, they'd be like,
Yeah.
no.
Hey, that's my wife.
This is my last time coming up here. The gag is when he first came on the scene, he came with a girlfriend, a long-term
Yeah.
girlfriend. They were dating, and then he left with 21.
What?
Yeah, the girl that was at Dre Baby them Airbnb, the one that had took 21 drink, she had them blue jean shorts on with that white shirt with the pearls all on it. That was his girlfriend.
Girl, how did that happen?
And the girl said he stayed like she had basically cashed out on her income tax check on him on Bigo. And it like they were fucking around, and he stayed with his daddy, and he gonna have to get his room up when school out because the kids come over there and sleep in the room. I heard all that. That happened over there at I want to say Dre Baby Live.
Child.
Mm-hmm.
Child.
And she was upset because he came with her like at Dre Baby house. She was there the whole time, like in the cut. Mm-hmm. 21 treat him like he a baby, and that's a grown ass man.
Well, 21 feel like it's her that she the star. It's all about me.
Mm,
That she the clout.
okay, I can see that too. So we don't eat until I say we can eat. We drink when I say we drink. We sitting down here doing nothing. We sitting doing nothing. Like, girl, shut up.
Right. Yeah, she feel like it's her. This my thing. You ain't nothing without me. But I did hear her say something about she wasn't going to something. Maybe that's what she was talking about. Cause my attention span can't watch her too long. Um,
Mm-hmm.
when she did make the comment about going somewhere, so maybe that's what she was talking about. This thing here. She was saying she wasn't going to boost up nobody's ratings. Excuse me.
Mm.
So she feeling herself.
Yeah. I
So
mean,
she
but I
felt.
can understand that. She said she didn't get paid nothing for doing Marge of the show.
Oh. Oh.
Yeah. She didn't get paid nothing. And I know them people was sending money because if you was watching the live, you heard it. $5, $100, $20, $50. Them people was over there gifting for their messages to be read. Or
Oh,
whatever,
really?
however they got they set up over there. So so Mars
Oh,
probably made a good $10,000-$20,000 in that little couple of days he was live over there.
Right, he has. So who went? I mean, so who went? What am I trying to say? Who went? Who was collecting the money? He was.
Yeah, it was going because I guess this is how they gift on Twitch. Like they give money instead of gifts.
Oh.
And you can give to have your comment read out loud. I mean, pay to have your comment read out loud.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm not familiar with that. But so that must be what she was talking about when she said that, yeah, I'm not going back to run nobody's stuff up. So yeah, maybe that's what she meant. That's what she was talking about. So apparently she ran his stuff up and didn't get nothing.
Because they said March had sponsors and everything, people that donated for him to do this show because he is real big over there on Twitch. So he had investors and everything that donated into him doing this. That's why he was able to get the Airbnb and all of that stuff. Because they didn't have to pay for nothing the whole time they were there. He did come out of pocket with the Airbnb, the food, and I guess whatever the airfare I think he paid. They just didn't get no cash money.
Oh, well, okay. So basically the monies that he got on the side through the cash, well, yeah, he could have gave them something.
He could have gave them something. Because them people was over there fighting in that house, and you know what I'm saying, they doing all of this for your entertainment, for your live. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, they was able to go live because he didn't have super stop the people from going live. He did allow 21 and all them to go live, but they can't, you can't on Bigo, it's different. You can't show no fighting and stuff over here.
So wait a minute. So you super stopped them from going live?
Well, not necessarily going live, but they couldn't show nothing while live. So most of the people that went live during super taping, you saw the ceiling or you saw like the top of the person's head. You know what I'm saying? You didn't see like the background, the house, what was going on, no scenes, no fight, no none of that. But on Maj, he allowed them to, go live and do what y'all want to do. Shit, y'all can show what y'all as much as y'all want to show. So a lot of the pages got banned and stuff like that because you can't show fighting over here. They don't do all the violence and stuff.
So now what is this? They got another Ground Zero show. Girl, Lord have mercy. Amen.
Like, you can't act that on this, like, start looking all that shit. You got real
I done fell it.
white people.
I done fell in something like that.
Glam, that was a good interview. I just wanted to tell you that.
Well, thank you. I was a little nervous,
What? You was like a little natural, honey. And Edge, I already told you, you are just so gorgeous, child.
Amen. Yeah.
She ain't hear me. She in the blinds, child. Come on up out of there, Caroline. Come to the light. Come to the light.
I'm glad you came. Yeah, I thank you for your support. But like you said, I wasn't trying to gag her or nothing like that. We just, want to introduce her who she is.
You did a great job. That's how they. I don't know if you remember, but Edge do. That's how they try to attack.
You got a call real quick.
I know, baby. Hey, beautiful. Remember Edge? They tried to attack me in the beginning, but once everybody seen, and I'm an open book. Like there's no secrets, and there's only one person that can ever tell your story, and that's the person itself or herself, himself. No one else is
because you was
walking out.
introduced in a negative light too.
Mhm.
Hey, Tiny. Yeah,
Absolutely.
yeah.
Hey, Tiny.
Yeah, because I do remember that. I do remember that back then when, oh,
That's right. Hey, Tiny.
Charlie's mama on the
Yeah.
app and this and that and da da da.
Cause you
And
was
so,
introduced to us to like in a negative light at first, but you know.
Right. Right. But until when I told, when I told my truth is, and that's the thing. No one has walked a mile in Edge's shoes, in Thug Mrs. shoes, in Miss Glam's shoes, in Tiny's shoes, but who? Us. No one can ever tell your story better than you.
and that's what
Mm-hmm.
I said this morning when we were talking. I was
Amen.
talking about the anointing. You know how Saul went from Saul to Paul. You know, but look what Saul did. You know what I'm saying? To make him into Paul. So you're right. Can't nobody tell it like I can tell it. Cause you know what? I got every bruise, scar, mark,
Mm-hmm.
tear. You know, I got all of that.
Mm-hmm.
Show me your battle wounds, baby. Okay. Then see if you wanna then see what you gotta say. You ain't gonna have too much of nothing to say, you know. So you can't
Yeah.
judge people and you don't know what they've been through, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Just like
Mm-hmm.
here was a prime example of the interview you gave today. Okay, so like how like the stars they'll make a movie of the stars to tell their story. It's so much missing information in the movie. You know what I'm saying? We'll get like a little glimpse, but even after the movie, you're like, well, wait a minute. You're still feeling void because guess what? Not even the folks, the producers in Hollywood could ever tell someone's story. Whitney Houston, the Temptations.
Mm-hmm.
It's not meant to be that way. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's just not.
Mm-hmm.
And
Mm-hmm.
people do have preconceived notions because they don't understand something. Um they don't understand. I get stared at when I dress down. I came on Michi's live and showed her where I was dressed from head to toe in my Muslimah attire because as Muslimas we are the modest woman. We're
Mm-hmm.
not going to, that is for our husband to see our fineries. It's not for the world to see. You know what I mean? Yeah, I
Mm-hmm.
used to be out there with my titties hanging out, Daisy Dukes on back in my younger years, stretch pants and all that stuff. I don't do that anymore.
Right.
Just don't do that. And I love being a modest woman. I love
Right.
that because these men they look up under your clothes, they talk up under your clothes,
Mm-hmm.
and I learned through the years that, and my husband told me, in him being a Muslim man, he said, well, babe, these men, they'll F you, but they don't mess with you. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
They'll
That's
F
right.
you.
Mm.
Got all
What?
your body parts slanging and banging out here. What are you saying about yourself? You know what I mean? So I love I love being a Muslim mom. That was the best thing I've ever done in my life. When I took you know, that was what I was supposed to do.
Right. Now, I had a Muslim man that, I wouldn't say we were talking, um, but when I tell you, I could tell that he was the alpha. I could tell he was the alpha man. I could really see that. I could
Mm.
see the structure. I could feel the structure from him. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? And
Mm-hmm.
I remember when we first had like a conversation or so, and it went a little spiritual, and I said a couple of things, and he said, "Oh, okay, you know a little something, don't you?" And I didn't say anything because I didn't really know how to take that.
Mm-hmm.
I was basically, staying on topic. You know what I'm saying? So we talked a little bit further after that, but um he talked about the wives and said, nah, you don't have too many real Muslims having more than one wife because they have to be able to take care of each one. that they
Well,
get?
that now I'm gonna speak on this topic because I know about it. Yeah, a Muslim man can take on 4 wives, right?
Right.
Speaks of that in the Quran. But now, if if the wife is against that, then that's not going on.
He said that. Yep, he told me that. He sure did.
Because when my husband asked to marry me, we laid everything out on no, we're not doing that. And so I have a right. That is one of my rights on my husband for him not to marry another Muslim mom. You know what I mean? So that is very correct.
Yep, that's what he told me. Yep, he sure did. He said the first wife would have to agree,
That's
you
right.
know, to it. And if she says, no, and he says that, and he says most people think that the wives are for, this and, this and that. But he said, no, it's to help the first wife. Is to actually help her, with
It
things
is.
that what maybe need done around the house, maybe need this, that. He said it's for assistance. He said, but still, if that first wife say no, then no.
That's right. We have to say so. And I mean, you know what I'm saying? And then also when they take on, if this is the agreement, if strong word, they have to all have separate houses.
Yep, that's
They
what he
can never
said.
live in the same home because he would have to spend different days of the week with all 4 of his wives. You see what I'm saying? Sexually, emotionally, physically, the whole 9. So it's a lot that comes with that. And he definitely has to be able to that paper has to be heavy because he can't go buy one wife a Mercedes Benz and the other 3 don't have that. No, it's not going on like that.
Right. He has to be financially stable. That's what my friend said. And I told him, I said, well, that wouldn't work for me because I know me, I'm very needy as far as I like attention, but I like my space too. It's not to the point that I crowd that, my man. But like Miss J was saying, the romance, I love the romance. But what is romance? You know what I'm saying? So because my husband, like my ex-husband, he was he wasn't romantic, but he was a doer. Like I would wake up in the morning, he be done did breakfast, he be done cleaned up the whole kitchen, cleaned out the refrigerator, went out because we had land when I first got here. And I kept saying, I think I want a garden because I wasn't working. So I said, I think I want me a garden because I'm a yard person too.
Me
So he
too.
was like, yeah. So he was like, okay, but he didn't do it then. Girl, it was like 5 o'clock in the morning, 4 o'clock in the morning. I heard something going, I was like, what is that? And I rolled over, was like, "Babe," and he wasn't in the bed. So I got up and looked out the window, girl. He was out there tilting the ground.
See?
He was out there tilting that ground. So yeah, he was. See, I would have to have a husband, somewhat like my first husband. He was good with all that kind of stuff. Yeah, he was good with that and good provider. But it was other things. We just wasn't on the same page with some other things. But other than that,
Felt her though because when that question was asked, like, man, I found my soulmate. I found my best friend. I found like I can be my true self. Like, it's just all openness with him and I, like, and we talk so openly. Like, I felt her in that interview with you, Miss Glam, like, because that's how I feel about my husband. Like, yes, he's very he does not tolerate disrespect. So when we first got together, I was rough around the edges because as they say, as they say, a alpha female, you know, because I was so used to doing everything, having to do everything by myself, being the mama, the daddy, you know, yada yada, same old story. So yes, I was rough around the edges, but he made me want to be somewhat submissive because he cares for me genuinely. You get what I'm saying? Like you know what you know about love, right? And how a man takes care of you spiritually, financially, sexually, mentally, all that, right? And he does that for me. And yes, he's firm, he's stern, and I love doing the yard too. Does he like it? No. He does not like that, but that's my exercise. That's my mental relief. Honey, I'll go out there and get that weed eater and that lawnmower and get busy. Because that's what I like to do.
Mm-hmm. I be in the yard too.
Yeah.
Yep, sure do. I'll get out there and cut that grass. Well, not the grass we had at the other house because it was too much. We had to have a riding lawnmower for that. But we didn't have one. And first of all, I said, babe, I said, we need to get one of them things where I can sit on. And he was like, what, a riding lawnmower? I said, yeah. I looked up. He had went and got one. Baby, I'll gas that baby up and ride that thing and be and cut that grass and planted my flowers. Like she said, I love a good curb appeal, you know. I love it. But okay, I guess I'm a what Trina be up.
Led by that fuck nigga. She's so easily led by him, and she acts off of everything he says without any receipts or any type of.
Oh, he listening to them people over there. He listening to that messy panel. I don't want to hear that mess. I'm good on none of that. Well, I guess I'm gonna get off of here. Okay, here they go. Who Flower?
Have a good night, Miss Glam and Edge. I'll catch y'all tomorrow.
Yeah, ma'am. I'm about to turn it in myself. So good night, Edge. I see you guys in the morning.